Good morning, everyone. Today is Thursday, August 13th, 2020, and I want to welcome all of you to today's New Mexico State Game Commission meeting with the New Mexico Department of Game and Fish. It's just very wonderful to be in this land of enchantment in New Mexico. I think we would have been in Chama, New Mexico. At our last session, we would have been in Santa Fe, New Mexico, and previous to that, we would have been in Silver City. So many wonderful places, but we all are very grateful for what we have and the ability to Zoom with you today, to continue our obligation and our responsibility to these meetings and to the public, to our commission, and to our department. So welcome again, everyone. To get started, we have an agenda that was posted on the New Mexico Department of Game and Fish website. We have an agenda that has a start time of 8:30 to 3:30. Some of us had had some technical difficulties this morning. And so thank you for your patience. It's now 8:41. So rather than go over the rules that are provided in the written agenda that are on our website, let me say that this meeting is called to order. So with that said, Director Michael Sloan, can you please take the roll call?
Yes, ma'am. Commissioner Vestbach.
I'm here.
Commissioner Souls.
Here.
I think that was a here. Commissioner Lopez. Commissioner Lopez.
He's on mute.
Here, sorry, I was on mute.
All right. Commissioner Kramer.
Here.
Commissioner Bates.
Here.
Vice Chair Salazar Henry.
Present.
Chair Salazar Hickey.
Here.
You have a quorum.
Thank you, Director. That was very good. And again, let me remind everyone that because this is a Zoom and we are on record, we do have some very important agenda items, so that if we are unable to hear a word or a gesture that is on being recorded on this Zoom. Thank you, Mr. Lance Cherry, for the wonderful effort that you're doing in providing this streaming. I would like someone like the Department of New Mexico Game and Fish to ensure that the nods or motions are recorded and they are provided in the transcript. So let us move on to agenda item number 3, which is the approval of this agenda. It is an action item, so I would like to hear from the commissioners any kind of discussion, modification, anything about this agenda.
Madam Chair?
Yes, sir. Commissioner.
I do have a what I believe is a clarification on the agenda, thanks to someone who emailed me this morning. On agenda item number 8, the general public comments, it says individuals may only make comment to the agenda items during the scheduled general public comment items. I believe that was a typo, and it should say I would make a motion to replace general public comment with agenda items at the end. And that's to clear up any confusion that people still are allowed to comment during agenda items, and they're not limited to the agenda during general public comment. So just the clarification that I would make that motion to amend the agenda.
Very good. I thank you and the person that submitted the issue to you. I think that's very good. We will hold your motion for any other issues or comments from the other commissioners.
Madam Chair,
Yes, Vice.
I'd like to see if Commissioner Vestbach would add to his motion the statement that we will not be hearing agenda item 14B today.
We can table that certainly, and we could move that agenda item to another session.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Any other comments or questions? Very good. Commissioner Vesbach, would you like to make a specific motion?
Yes, Madam Chair, I move that we amend agenda item number 8, the last sentence, and replace the words general, in the final sentence, replace the words general public comment with agenda. And also move that we strike item 14B from the agenda.
So moved. Director Sloan, can we have?
Second?
Thank you for the second. Very good. Director Sloan, I have a motion from Commissioner Vesbach and a second from Vice Chair. We are now ready to take a vote. Could you please proceed with the roll or the vote?
Commissioner Vesbach,
Yes.
Commissioner Souls,
Yes.
Commissioner Lopez,
Yes.
Commissioner Kramer,
Yes.
Commissioner Bates,
Yes.
Vice Chair Salazar Henry,
Yes.
Chair Salazar Hickey.
Yes,
Motion passes unanimously.
wonderful. Now, let us move to the next agenda item, which is our consent agenda. Action items A, B, C, and D. A is the approval of minutes of June 25th, 2020, our virtual meeting. B, approval of license revocations. C, approval of Global Opportunities Unlimited as a nonprofit to receive donated licenses. And D, approval of the department's asset disposal request. Vice Chair, I would like you to lead us in this consent agenda item and remind us of what it means.
Madam Chair and members of the public, we have developed a process for consent agenda items that typically don't contain controversy, that will not cause any undue hardship or will not violate any norm or anything that's written in statute. The only item that typically will be pulled out, if there any item on the consent agenda can be pulled out and discussed. And any commissioner has the opportunity to pull something out of the consent agenda, ask questions, and have it discussed. And so today, I actually would like to pull something out of the license revocation agenda, consent agenda item to discuss. And I'd like to make the motion. If I would like to recommend that if there is nothing other than my desire to hear some specific license revocation cases, that we make one motion to pass items A, C, and D, and then move into as one, and then move into the license revocation question that I have. So,
Second.
Any
Go ahead.
commissioners' remarks? No
Madam
objection?
Chair.
Yes, Commissioner?
Yeah, I agree. I have a question on an incident, I guess, that happened in Rio Riba, just some clarification.
Okay, very good. So, Vice Chair, because this is an action item, the consent agenda, would you like to make a motion for the record on how you would like us to proceed? And then I'll take a second.
okay. Madam Chair, I make a motion that we approve consent agenda items A, C, and D, and remove item B, license revocations for further commission discussion and action.
I'll second that motion.
Thank you, Vice Chair and Commissioner Vesbach. Director Sloan, can you please proceed with a vote?
Commissioner Vespa,
Yes.
Commissioner Souls,
Yes.
Commissioner Lopez,
Yes.
Commissioner Kramer,
Yes.
Commissioner Bates,
Yes.
Vice Chair Salazar Henry,
Yes?
Chair Salazar Hickey.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you, Director Sloan. Vice Chair, would you like to lead us in the discussion on Agenda Item B under 4, approval of license revocation? You had some specific questions, and so
Yes.
did the Commissioner Lopez.
Yes. Yes, ma'am. I appreciate all the hard work that the Game and Fish Department officers and Colonel Griego invest in dealing with all these illegal actions that are going on in the field. And so that's first off, I want to say I really appreciate that all. In reviewing this list, I have a concern that it seems some violations that I think are really serious. And when somebody illegally takes an animal or fraudulently applies as a resident and they live somewhere else, I mean, that is taking an opportunity away from a resident or another non-resident. And so I know the 3 years has been a revocation recommendations has been pretty standard, but there are, I believe, 1, 2, 3, 4, I think 5 cases that I'd like to pull up and discuss. And I would like to make a motion to change the recommended revocation period. And they are, Paige Hops, Robert Husky, Troy Lewis, Corey Lewis, and Aaron Throckmorton. And what I'd like to, my concern is that these are egregious enough, in my opinion, that warrant more than 3 years as a recommended revocation. And so those 5 individuals, I actually had more concern with a couple of others, and then I've since reconciled myself to the point where I'm okay with what they're recommending. But in each one of those cases, I don't believe the 3-year revocation is enough of a deterrent. In fact, I just really don't know what a good deterrent would be for folks to quit poaching, quit taking wildlife that belongs to everybody illegally. And so in all of those 5 cases that I've mentioned, I would like to see their revocation period up to 5 years. That's all I have to say.
Commissioner Lopez, you also had a question about a case in Rio Riba?
Yeah, it's a case involving 2 individuals who were using artificial light. The officer in question actually wrote a really good report, a very good report, and I will give kudos to, and I'll have the colonel recommend Ariel, give her a pat on the back, Ariel Peregrino, Game and Fish Officer 45, for a good report that she did in, conducting the arrest. The only question I have is it typical, to arrest spotlighters in the field? Because I've been reporting spotlighters for a long time and there's no response, but this one was a good response, I would assume, but it looks like they were both arrested. And I can see why one individual he had 2 violations, but the other one, I don't know. So I just wanted to make sure if it was, are they normally just, confiscate the stuff, let them go, or is it typical operating procedure to arrest every case, or is it a case-by-case basis?
Commissioner Lopez, I assume you're asking me.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Sorry, Bobby.
In anything, typically it's case by case, but for the vast majority of the time, a hunting with the aid of artificial light, when we make that stop and there's firearms where there's a true violation, yes, typically the most common course of action is typically always arrest.
Okay, that's all I had, but I again give Ariel a good pat on the back. Good job on that report, and for catching these people that are trying to take away from New Mexico's wildlife by spotlighting at night. But it's good to know, and I hope the public is listening, that if you're caught with a spotlight in a firearm, that you are going to go to jail and then face a fine through the magistrate. So that's I like to know that. It's good to know that our officers aren't that they're out there patrolling, looking for stuff like this, but they're also not they're not taking any chances, and they're doing a good job. So that's all I have.
Actually, thank you for raising that, Commissioner Lopez. I too have a question for the Colonel, which is in all of the attachments, the one case that Commissioner Lopez is describing had photographs. The others is there a standard of consistency on the form to include photographs, or is that very unusual to do that?
Madam Chair, that for a few years that was a common attachment. We have since eliminated those photographs out of the case reports. So our standard format now does not include MVD photographs of the individuals. It's just their basic information, but no photographs anymore.
Well, personally, I think it's very helpful to have the photographs on the form. When I opened up that first report form on the two individuals, I was very pleased to see that. I think that when persons are violating our laws, I think that they need to be held accountable to that. I liked some of the words that have been used in this discussion, a deterrent. When your photo is put on a record, I don't know if that could, provide some kind of deterrence. I certainly would be ashamed to have my photo posted like that. So, sir, I would have you consider maybe adding photos on future forms as a standard practice. Because again, these are very important records that are part of our system. And I think people have to be held accountable for their actions.
Madam Chair, may I make a comment? And I actually have a question for Colonel Griego. I know every once in a while somebody will send me a text, a personal friend will say, oh my gosh, so-and-so that we went to high school with was arrested. Their pictures on the county website, blah, 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 as you know, and all that good stuff. Mm-hmm. And so have we ever thought of having a section on the Game and Fish website that lists everybody's picture with the name and that have been revoked? I mean, would that be, I mean, that goes along with your comment, Madam Chair, of if you have your picture somewhere. I mean, I would be embarrassed to be on that website.
Vice Chair, thank you for raising that idea. I would love to table that, and let's work offline with our Attorney General. For something like that, there might be a question of privacy, and I certainly don't want to do anything that is inappropriate or illegal. But having the photos on the forms, those are government records. And so that's why I like the idea of having the photos on the forms. But taking it one step onto the website, I'd love to explore that idea. So
Okay.
thank you, Vice Chair.
I guess before I turn, I'm assuming we're almost ready for a motion, but I just would like to say, the whole issue of license revocations and the whole process, I know Game Department has spent a lot of time trying to develop a system that's fair, that's that you could have an appeal process, etc. I think I keep having concerns with how to make this more effective and how to make it a better deterrent. And so I actually called Commissioner Souls yesterday and talked to him about adding this as the revocation, the whole process, the rule, as an agenda item for our overarching committee to look at this, and then to possibly have a presentation from the colonel so that we can all better understand what all he and his officers go through. And then we could decide whether what kind of, if we want the changes, but mostly I would love to hear from the public, from our sportsmen and sportswomen who value our wildlife, and check in with them to see if we are doing a good job and if they feel like we're being fair. So if Commissioner Souls would like to make a comment, I'd be happy to be quiet.
You don't need to be quiet on my behalf, but I'd be happy to make a comment, Madam Chair, if that's all right.
Absolutely. Thank you, Commissioner.
You know, I find that it's really a challenge for us as commissioners to look at these reports and try to glean enough information to do something that shows we're following a standard that's applicable to everyone so that it is fair to everyone, while still recognizing that every case is different and the details of those are something that may warrant more or less than what a standard revocation would be. And I actually spoke with Colonel Griego yesterday about this subject as well, because I think it's very important. I admire and respect that. I think the fact that the vast majority of sportsmen are responsible and ethical, and I think they're the source of information that leads to a lot of these violations. So it's incredibly important that we deal with this appropriately. But having said that, I think there's probably not as much understanding as there should be about the entire process. And so one of the things I spoke with the Vice Chair about yesterday was exactly that, having a presentation so that both we as commissioners gain a little more understanding of everything that goes into one of these revocation recommendations before it comes to us, as well as getting the sportsmen more information, because we rely on their involvement so much that I do think it makes sense for that to be something that we do at a future meeting as one of our training sessions or whatever. I think it'd be really helpful.
Thank you, Commissioner. Colonel Griego, do you have any comments or thoughts?
No, I'm more than happy to provide a presentation regarding the revocation process and how we come about it. Obviously, if there's contention with the recommendation, we're always open to suggestion. So absolutely.
And
Thank you.
Madam Chair, as a follow-up, I also would like to echo that I have a great deal of admiration and respect for our department and the officers in the field and how they conduct themselves and how they prepare these reports. And so it means a great deal to me to hear what they have to say and their recommendations and why they're recommending something a little more or a little less or the norm as well.
Thank you. Thank you for a wonderful discussion. This is not part of the, I'm going to turn over to Vice Chair a motion, let her go for the record with her motion. But before she does that, Director Sloan, I'm going to ask you to consider placing an agenda item for our next commission meeting. Well, not an agenda, well, an agenda item. I'm not sure it's going to be discussion or an action item, but certainly we would like to hear Colonel Griego, Robert Griego, on this very topic. So thank you. Okay.
Madam
Vice
Chair,
Chair.
we'll do that, and I think that we can leave the, we'll leave it open for action in case the commission wants to open the rule in any way. And I think
Beautiful.
possibly Commissioner Kramer had something to say.
I would like to ask a question of Colonel Griego. Remind me of the statute. I know that the standard practice is to give the 3-year revocation. And do we have the authority then to recommend more?
Commissioner Kramer, yes, ma'am. That statute 17334 that allows us to revoke individuals for egregious violations. And yes, it's a definitive time period. So it's just got to be, it can be 1 year or 99 years. It just can't be something that says lifetime. It's got to be a definitive period. And absolutely, it's the reason we have a lot of the 3 and 5 and 7 is because we have that in rule that on your second revocation, it's 5, on your third, it's 7. So 3 has always made sense as an initial basic time frame.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Any other questions or comments? That was an excellent question. Thank you, Commissioner.
Yes, Madam Chair, I guess a comment. I agree with Vice Chair. Look, there's no tolerance for poaching. I'm a little concerned about us, though, passing a different revocation period today than what we may have in prior meetings for the same type of violation. I would like us to be somewhat consistent on the type of revocations. So I think today I wouldn't be comfortable with maybe passing a different time period on these cases than what we may have done in the past, but I would like to continue the discussion because I do agree that it maybe should be more harsh for some of the cases like Vice Chair is discussing here today, but I don't like just, I'm not comfortable singling it out from one meeting to the next. I'd want to ensure that we're having some sort of consistency with the revocation periods across the board. Thank you.
Commissioner Bates, that was excellent. So Colonel Griego, when you come to the next meeting, can you please include an analysis of maybe some standards that the commission can apply for that consistency? Commissioner Bates hits the mark. We have to take this, we cannot take it lightly. And every case is unique, the facts and the circumstances, but we have to have some way of developing some standards and some consistency. But for those most egregious cases, they may warrant more than 3 years. So please include that. It's now 9:08, so I would like to hear move along with, do we have a motion? Vice Chair?
Madam Chair, I guess I have a question to the director. Director Sloan, can we table these names until the next meeting? Or does we have to take action at this meeting right now?
Oh, okay.
Madam Chair, Vice Chair, I think that you could table these names, take action on the others, and then just hold them until you've had your discussion about consistency and how you want to move forward with ones that you have questions about.
Okay. Well, I am not a bit shy about exercising my prerogative as a commissioner to change, but I do respect Commissioner Bates' position on this, and I believe I'd like to honor his concern about consistency and hold this. I would like to table my names that I pulled out until the next regularly scheduled commission meeting for further discussion.
Thank you, Vice Chair.
Well, I actually didn't even make a motion yet, so.
No, you didn't.
So I don't need to table
But
anything.
well, excuse me. We had a motion where we voted only on items A, C, and D.
Yes.
So we've got to do something with
Okay.
item
Okay,
B.
got it.
So that's but let me finish. So my only concern with what you said is the concept of a speedy trial. It's not a trial, but it's the importance of taking action and not really delaying the action too long for these individuals. So if we table them and move them to the next meeting, I think Colonel Griego will need your help, Director Sloan, all involved in looking at the facts and developing the standards. But I think it's important to try to make a decision, as prompt as possible. So with that said, Vice Chair, are you ready to make a motion?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Okay.
I move that we pass the department's recommendations for agenda item 4B, license revocations, for every individual listed there with all the recommended timeframes, except for Paige Hops, Troy Lewis, Corey Lewis, Robert Husky, and Aaron Throckmorton.
Second.
Thank you, Vice Chair and Commissioner Vesbach. Director Sloan, may we please have a vote?
Commissioner Vesbach,
Yes.
Commissioner Souls,
Yes.
Commissioner Lopez,
Yes.
Commissioner Kramer,
No.
Commissioner Bates,
Yes.
Vice Chair Salazar Henry,
Yes.
Chair Salazar Hickey.
Yes.
Motion passes with 6 yeses, 1 no.
Wonderful. I love that. Thank you so much, all of the commissioners, for their vote. So it is now 9:12, and we are slightly behind on our schedule. We should be on agenda item number 6, but we are on number 5. Director Sloan, this is where we would like to hear your report, an overview of the department's activities since our last meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I'll try and see if I can catch us up a little bit. I guess the first thing I'd like to talk about is that we stocked 15,000 Gila trout into Whitewater Creek, adding another over 20 miles of occupied habitat for the endangered Gila trout and creating another Gila trout fishing opportunity. It's been a very long, difficult, arduous even process, and I really appreciate the work that our folks put into making that happen. Been hugely successful, and I appreciate it. We continue to monitor, we monitored bighorn lambing in the Rio Grande Gorge. That looked about normal. Now we're looking at survival. We don't have those numbers in yet. So we'll continue to monitor that population. As you know, we talked about potentially some pneumonia issues in that population. So we're monitoring them fairly closely. We had our first successful online hunter education class with 12 students. We've already scheduled the next one, but we've worked out the kinks, and I think that's a real benefit to everybody across the state that can now participate in hunter education online. And then, one of the bigger events was we virtually attended the Western Association of Fish and Wildlife Agencies. Because it was online this year, we had a number of extra folks attend. 2 commissioners I know attended, Commissioner Souls and Vice Chair Salazar Henry. And just quickly talk a little bit about that. There's a number of committees that our folks attended. Wildlife Movement and Migration Working Group was attended by several of our folks. Aaron Dubouvier actually was the interim chair for this committee. the Mule Deer Working Group, Wild Sheep Working Group, and we have one of our biologists is heading a subcommittee on that, the Helicopter Capture Subcommittee. Casey Cardinal is the chair of the Western Quail Working Group. The Western Bird Committee, Western Health Working Group. The wildlife chiefs met. They talked about wildlife disease, update on Recovering America's Wildlife Act, and how agencies are responding to COVID-19. And as you might imagine, that was a topic in several of these meetings, is how are you doing it, sharing information. That's really what WAFWA is good for, is for sharing information across states, looking at different ways to innovate and move things forward. Non-game and endangered species working group was attended by several of our folks. The fisheries chiefs met. They talked about the YY broodstock effort that we discussed last time we were together at a commission meeting. Interstate aquatic invasive species coordination, and again, the COVID management issues. The law enforcement chiefs met. Again, they talked about law enforcement in general, both attitudes towards it and dealing with COVID. The R3 committee met. Lance has been a big proponent of that and a big part of leading the charge on trying to ensure that we do recruit and retain hunters, anglers, and conservationists across the country. Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Committee. Resource Information and Education Committee, and then a Human Dimensions Committee, which is kind of looking at the statistics of who's participating, how are they participating, how can we be more inclusive and bring more folks into the fold. There was also a lot of discussion about climate adaptation. There's our Climate Adaptations Committee. And then I guess I would also point out that we are hosting the midwinter meeting January 6th through the 11th, 2021. Right now it's scheduled at the Hyatt Tamaya. I anticipate that we'll probably have to go virtually on that at this point, because I don't know that we'll be ready to host 150, 200 people in New Mexico at that point. And then we'll also be hosting the summer meeting in Santa Fe, July 18th to the 24th here in town. So we'll see if that actually comes together. Hopefully by then we're back in person. And then I guess finally, I'll point out that we have an increasingly popular trout challenge. And later this fall, we're going to follow that up with a bass challenge. And so I've asked Lance to go ahead and run a little teaser video about the bass challenge, if you don't mind.
Thank you, sir. How long is the video?
I think it's probably only a minute or two at the most.
Okay, please. Thank you, sir. Run the video.
So it's just a little teaser to get people excited. One of our folks put that together, Ross Morgan. I think he did a great job.
We're done.
He sure did. Wow.
Madam Chair,
Yes, Vice Chair.
point of personal privilege, please. I think we all probably have know about the Texas Parks and Wildlife loss of life in a helicopter crash. And I think on behalf of the commission, I would like us to extend our condolences to the 3 families that were affected and all the friends and co-workers about this. Our officers and our biologists have been flying surveys in helicopters and in airplanes And there's always, and I believe there's always an inherent danger in doing that because of the type of service they are. And I think our last helicopter crash was probably 25, 30 years ago now, Mike. And so I think we're just extremely fortunate as an agency that we have not had something as devastating as that happen. So on behalf of our commission, I think it would be nice to extend our condolences to the folks in Texas.
Absolutely.
Yes, thank you, Vice Chair, for that personal privilege statement. It's also a very interesting presentation because it reminds us all about our lands. And we have residents and we have non-residents coming to our state, our beautiful state. And we are doing our best to have everyone here in a very safe manner. So I commend the department for the approach that you're going to take with the fishing. I think that's very good. Anything else, Director Sloan?
That's all I had for this meeting. Thank you.
May I ask
Okay.
a question on the bass challenge? Is it going to be on Powder Hook as well?
Yes, looks like Lance is nodding.
Thank you.
For the record, that is a yes.
And I will point out that that was a teaser. We haven't introduced it yet, and unfortunately, you know, where we are today, it may be who knows how long until we can really do it. But I thought the video was so good that it needed to come and be shown.
Very good. Thank you, Director Sloan. It's now 9:21. We are a bit behind on our agenda. Rulemaking is agenda item number 6, and it's very important. So I don't want to speed up the process. We do have public comments scheduled for 10 a.m. And depending on comments on agenda item number 6, I might look at the agenda and see if we could move 7, agenda item number 7, to closer to the break. It just depends. Again, I don't want to shortcut our rulemaking proceeding. So it's just that I am watching the clock very carefully here. So, excuse me?
Madam Chair?
Yes, sir. Commissioner Souls.
Very brief comment on the director's report there. Both Vice Chair and I did participate in a WAFWA meeting, and I participated in a session that had commissioners from all of the Western states. And there are just 2 or 3 items I wanted to mention, not have any real discussion about them, but so that our other commissioners and the public are aware. They seem to be something that's common throughout these states. One of them had to do with CWD. Many states are concerned about it. This is chronic wasting disease. Some don't have any, some do. And they talked about potentially leaving carcasses in the field in areas that do have CWD, which is what we already do. And they were expressing concern about how that would be received. And I really just want to commend our department for being ahead of most of the states on that. I don't think our sportsmen do have a big concern with leaving those carcasses there. So anyway, that's something that a lot of Western states are dealing with. Another one is something we haven't dealt with yet, to my knowledge, and that is shed hunting, which has become more prevalent, I think, in the last number of years. And a lot of departments are dealing with some sort of rulemaking about a season for shed hunting and things like that. So just to put it on both our department and the public's radar, those are 2 things that I heard come up quite a bit. So I just wanted to point those out. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you, Commissioner. I think that was a very good statement to include in our discussion. Okay, so moving right along, we are at 9:24 and we are at agenda item number 6. I would like to open the hearing. This hearing will please come to order. My name is Sharon Salazar Hickey, Chair to the New Mexico State Game Commission. I will be serving as the hearing officer, and I will be advised by the Commission's counsel from the Office of Attorney General, Valerie Joe. The purpose of this hearing is for consideration of final adoption of the following proposed rule by the Commission. The hearing item is for the Commission to receive public comment on the New Mexico or the new migratory game bird rule, Title 19, Chapter 31, Part 6 of the New Mexico Administrative Code. This rule will become effective on September 1st, 2020. These hearings are being conducted in accordance with the provisions of the Game and Fish Act and the State Rules Act. These hearings are being audio taped and video recorded. Anyone interested in a copy of the audio tape or video recording should contact Tristana Bickford with the New Mexico Department of Game and Fish. Public notice of this hearing was advertised in the New Mexico Register, the New Mexico Sunshine Portal, and of course, our New Mexico Department Game of Fish website. Copies of the proposed new rules have been available on the department's website. Those wishing to comment here today must have registered to submit public comments on the Zoom webinar platform. So I'm going to look forward to hearing, hopefully, from some of you. An explanation to you, our audience, of these hearing procedures. These rule hearings will be conducted in the following manner. Staff will present pre-filed exhibits. Exhibits admitted into evidence are available for review by the public on the department's website. After all exhibits are entered, we will proceed to the presentation of the proposed rule, after which testimony will be taken from the public, the audience. Participants are asked to raise their hand in the Zoom webinar platform and wait until they are called upon to speak. In order to ensure that the hearing is accurately recorded, only one person at a time shall be allowed to speak. Any person recognized to speak is asked to first identify yourself by name and who you are affiliated with for the record each time you are recognized. And second, speak loudly and clearly to accurately record your comments. After a person has offered comments, they will stand for questions from me, the hearing officer, or any of the other commissioners. The audience may also ask questions of anyone offering comments after being recognized by me. These hearings are not subject to judicial rules of evidence. However, in the interest of efficiency, I reserve the right to limit any testimony deemed irrelevant, redundant, or unduly repetitious. The Commission may discuss the proposed new rules after the public comment portion of the hearing. Final Commission action, including adoption of the rules, may occur after the conclusion of the presentation and public comment period of each hearing. So, with that said, we will begin the hearing. In the preliminary matter of hearing item number 7, or excuse me, I think this is 6A, rulemaking of the new migratory game Bird Rule 19.31.6. This hearing is now open. Are there any exhibits for proposed new rule 19.31.6 for the record?
Madam Chair, this is Stuart. I wish to enter 6 different exhibits into the record. Exhibit number 1 is the notice of the rulemaking. Exhibit number 2 is the initial proposed rule that was posted on the department's website. Exhibit 3 is a copy of the presentation that I'll be giving today. Exhibit 4 is a summary of the proposed changes that have also been posted on the website. Exhibit 5 is the technical information the department relied upon to develop the rule. And Exhibit 6 are the 4 public comments that we received to date on the proposed changes.
Stuart, thank you. Those 6 exhibits are hereby admitted into the record. Stuart, can you please introduce the new proposed rule for 19.31.6?
Madam Chair, I just want to make sure everyone can see my screen and the title slide there.
Thank you. We can.
Great. So as you say, this is the migratory game bird rule. This rule is amended every single year to coincide with the federal frameworks in cooperation with the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. We do this on an annual basis to determine harvest limits across the state and the flyways. Again, as you'll see there, we adjust the season dates and bag limits according to the frameworks that were allowable by the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. The proposed frameworks are supposed to be coming out, the final frameworks are coming out next week into the Federal Register. So we will be publishing what we're allowed to do. And then details about the proposed changes and all the supporting information was posted on the department's website. We also held a virtual public meeting to discuss the proposed changes. What we are proposing is changes to the season dates, as we always do. Given the Migratory Bird Treaty Act, we have so many days that we could allow harvest to occur, so we adjust those dates based on the calendar year. Some of the bigger changes that we are planning on doing is moving some of the Bernardo, Casa Colorado youth sandhill cranes to an earlier hunt date in November from December. That is a function of it allows us to cut corn. If we can't cut corn if there's going to be a hunt going on because it's considered baiting by Fish and Wildlife Service. So when that hunt is later, it prevents us from cutting corn and feeding some of the snow geese, sandhills coming in to department properties. That's why we're moving that hunt earlier. Pintail bag limit, this is in accordance with the federal regulations, will remain at 1. That's typically the one species where we see fluctuation in bag limit from year to year. The other thing that we are proposing doing, and we discussed at previous commission meetings, is redistribution of our sandhill crane permits. We're allocated a specific amount on the Rocky Mountain population or greater sandhill crane population, harvest in the Middle Rio Grande. Our allocation of the number of birds went down, but what we did was redistribute the amount of hunters at any given time to prevent overharvest of our allocation while maintaining the same number of hunters in the field that we had last year. So it was a way to maintain opportunity, but just shuffle some of those hunts around. We received 6 public comments. As of August, I just looked this morning, we didn't receive any more comments, so 6 total public comments. We held that public meeting, like I stated, on Zoom on March 31st. Really, the comments that we received were support for the proposed changes. And then we did get comments on the sandhill crane suggestions, some for, some against. Some of those comments were more pertained to before we really came up with the proposals. I think we worked to a decent middle ground to ensure that we maintained opportunity without reducing bag limits, et cetera, to ensure that we stay with the allocation. And then we did receive some comments that are outside the scope of what we're allowed by the federal frameworks. So things that we can't really do at this time, given the limitations by the federal frameworks and the Migratory Bird Treaty Act. Again, I'll go real quick on this. You all have seen this, so to catch up on some time, it's really talking about the adjustment of this Rocky Mountain population of the sandhill crane harvest. The biggest thing there is to recognize we went from an allocation in 2019 of 564 birds down to 535. And again, what we were doing is just maintaining the same number of hunters in the field, just shifting the hunters, how many are in the later periods. Those greater sandhill cranes come in more and higher density, and harvest is greater in the later time frame. So that's what you'll see there in this chart. We put more hunters in the early time frames where it's more lessers being harvested versus graders. So within this change, we think we'll still maintain the harvest under our allowable allocation. Right, real quick, just the dates on the different flyways, central flyway. You'll see here that these will be the proposed dates for the ducks, mergansers, and geese, and then for the Pacific flyway are the proposed dates. So with that, I would take any questions the commission may have. Madam Chair, I believe you're on. Yeah.
Yes, thank you, Stuart. Commissioners, any questions, comments?
Madam Chair?
Yes, Commissioner Besbach.
So we've covered this before. So I don't have any further questions. I just wanted to kind of commend the department once again on the balance that Chief Lively mentioned on the Sandhill crane permits, of finding this middle ground between not having to reduce our number of hunters and bag limits by adjusting the season to harvest more of the lesser sandhills. I just thought that they struck a good balance there to kind of keep opportunity going without creating a confusing situation of differing bag limits every year. So I appreciate that. And then just also a quick reminder that I'm sure you're thinking of, that if we have any public comments, I'd certainly love to hear them as well.
Absolutely. Thank you, Commissioner. So with that said, would anyone like to comment on the new rule, Title 19, Chapter 31, Part 6? And so I'm going to look to Mr. Cherry. I do not see any hands raised at my end.
Madam Chair, we have Joel Gay.
Thank you.
Thanks for the opportunity to speak. Can everybody hear me?
Yes.
Okay, good.
Thank you.
On behalf, my name is Joel Gay. I'm the chairman of the New Mexico chapter of Backcountry Hunters and Anglers. And our organization supports the rule change as proposed by the department. In particular, we appreciate the science-based approach that Stuart and his group have taken toward revising the hunts so that we're focusing on the different species appropriately. So anyhow, thanks for doing that. There was one other additional comment I'd like to make, and that is that you may have seen earlier this week that a judge had struck down some changes in the Migratory Bird Act on the federal level. And the New Mexico Attorney General's office had weighed in on this issue 2 years ago and opposed these proposed change, or actually the changes that the Trump administration had put forward in the Migratory Bird Act, which is one of our first international conservation efforts. And New Mexico has been, a member of this ever since the beginning. It's an important act. The rule change reduced the protection for migratory birds that go through New Mexico and on up through the rest of North America. All I wanted to say was that I would hope the Game Commission would reach out to the State Attorney General's office and thank them for being proactive on this issue and helping us maintain the Migratory Bird Act the way it was originally conceived. And that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, sir. That was very nice. Very good. Do we have any other comments?
Madam Chair, there are no raised hands at this time.
Thank you, Lance Cherry. Are there any exhibits from the public that need to be entered into the record at this time? Mr. Cherry?
Madam Chair, we have none.
Thank you. So we will proceed with closing this hearing. Those that are registered and participated in the hearing will be included in the attendance sheet. Thank you, Joel. At this time, the attendance sheet will be marked and admitted as exhibit,
7.
I'm sorry?
7.
7. Thank you, sir. The comments submitted and testimony heard during this hearing will be reviewed by the commission and discussed during the open session of today's meeting. The commission will vote on the proposed rule at this time. So again, I would like to thank everyone present for their participation today. Thank you, Stuart, Joe. Let the record show that this rulemaking hearing was adjourned at 9:40 a.m. August 13th. It is 9:40, and I think we are about ready to proceed to agenda item number 7. So we are to,
Chair?
yes.
I think that if you would like to have a motion to either pass
Oh.
or stop the rule.
Of course, because that's agenda item number 6C. Commissioners will vote on the new migratory game bird rule 19.31.6 NMAC for the 2020-2021 hunting season. So I thank you, Director Sloan, for helping me with that. So, Director, could we please take a vote?
Madam Chair, I think we need a motion and a second from a commissioner or two.
Motion.
Who was that motioned?
Sounded like Commissioner Lopez.
Oh, very good, Commissioner Lopez. Who's the
I assume
second?
For the purpose of clarity, the motion is to adopt the rule as presented.
Yes, sir.
I'll
I
second that.
see Commissioner Kramer second.
Madam Chair, may I interject real quick? I apologize, but normally on that motion, we allow for records and archives to make minor adjustments if necessary to the rule to comply with filing. And we normally include that in the motion. I think it's important in case they have changes to the rule to comply with records and archives.
So are you saying, Stuart, that we should include that in the motion?
Madam Chair, I would appreciate if you would, so it allows archives to make minor changes if necessary.
Okay, so to assist Commissioner Lopez, Director Sloan, could you provide the motion for us?
Madam Chair, the motion I think is to approve the migratory game bird rule 1931.6 NMAC as presented, but allow for minor changes to be made as required by records and archives.
That is the Commissioner Lopez's motion. Is that correct, Commissioner Lopez?
That is correct, verbatim for the record.
To be amended later, yeah. And do I have a second, Commissioner Kramer?
Yes, second.
Thank you. Now, Director, I believe we are ready to proceed with a vote.
Commissioner Vespa,
Yes.
Commissioner Souls,
Yes.
Commissioner Lopez,
Yes.
Commissioner Kramer,
Yes.
Commissioner Bates,
Yes.
Vice Chair Salazar Henry,
Yes.
Chair Salazar Hickey.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you, Director Sloan. So moving right along, it's 9:45. We are 15 minutes behind schedule. We are on agenda item number 7, rulemaking hearing on repealing and replacing the boundary descriptions for Game Management Units Rule 19.30.4 NMAC. This too is an action item. So with that said, it is my responsibility to protect the record in making sure that only one person speaks at a time. And I'm going to remind everyone that for the record, if there are gestures made, it would be helpful to have a yes for a nod or a statement of no if you shake your head. Please remember that we are on record. I will ask that you identify yourself for the record each time you speak, and I don't want to have any kind of argumentative presentation. So that said, today again is Thursday, August 13th, 2020. It is 9:45 a.m. I'm opening the hearing. This hearing will please come to order. My name is Sharon Salazar Hickey. I'm the chair to the New Mexico State Game Commission. I will be serving as the hearing officer and be advised by our New Mexico State Game Commissioners counsel from the Office of the Attorney General, Valerie Joe. The purpose of this hearing is for the consideration of final adoption of the following proposed rule by the Commission. The hearing item is for the Commission to receive public comment on repealing and replacing the boundary descriptions for Game Management Units Rule, Title 19, Chapter 30, Part 4 of the New Mexico Administrative Code. This rule will become effective on August 25th, 2020. These hearings are being conducted in accordance with the provisions of the Game and Fish Act and the State Rules Act of New Mexico. These hearings are being audio taped and video recorded. Anyone interested in a copy of the audio tape or video recording should contact Tristana Bickford with the New Mexico Department of Game and Fish. Public notice of this hearing was advertised in the New Mexico Register, the New Mexico Sunshine Portal, and on our New Mexico Department of Game and Fish website. Copies of the proposed new rules have been available on the department's website. Those wishing to comment here today must have registered to submit public comments on the Zoom webinar platform. These rule hearings will be conducted in the following manner. Staff from the New Mexico Department of Game and Fish will present pre-filed exhibits. Exhibits admitted into evidence are available for review by the public on the department's website. After all exhibits are entered, we will proceed to the presentation of the proposed rule, after which testimony will be taken from the audience. Participants are asked to raise their hand in the Zoom webinar platform and wait until they are called upon to speak. In order to ensure that the hearing is accurately recorded, only one person at a time shall be allowed to speak. Any person recorded to speak is asked to do two things. First, identify yourself by name and who you are affiliated with for the record each time you are recognized. And two, speak loudly and clearly to accurately record your comments. After a person has offered comment, they will stand for questions from me, the hearing officer, and the audience may also ask questions of anyone offering comments after being recognized by me. These hearings are not subject to judicial rules of evidence. However, in the interest of efficiency, I have reserved the right to limit any testimony deemed irrelevant, redundant, or unduly repetitious. Our New Mexico State Game Commission may discuss the proposed new rules after the public comment portion of the hearing. Final commission action, including adoption of the rules, may occur after the conclusion of the presentation and public comment period of each hearing. So, with that said, in the preliminary matters of hearing item number 8A, informational rulemaking hearing on repealing and replacing the boundary description for Game Management Units Rule 19.30.4 NMAC. Director Sloan, is it hearing item 8A or hearing item 7A?
7A.
Thank you, sir. I just caught myself. So let me repeat for the record and clarify. In the preliminary matters of hearing item number 7A, informational rulemaking hearing on repealing and replacing the boundary description for Game Management Units Rule 19.30.4 NMAC, this hearing is now open. Are there any exhibits for proposed new rule 19.30.4 for the record?
Madam Chair, I'd like to enter 6 exhibits into the record. Exhibit 1 is the notice of the rulemaking that was posted online. Exhibit 2 is the initial proposed rule that is also posted on the department's website. Exhibit 3 is the copy of the presentation that I'll be giving you all today. Exhibit 4 is the summary of the proposed changes that was also posted online. Exhibit 5 is the technical information that we used to develop the rule. And Exhibit 6 is the one public comment that we received today.
Thank you, Stuart. These exhibits are admitted into the record. Stuart, can you please introduce the proposed new rule for 19.30.4, please?
Madam Chair, yes, Madam Chair. As I stated at the last commission meeting, and I just want to reiterate here, these changes are, yes, they will become effective next week, or excuse me, on the 25th, but these changes do not affect the current hunting structure or people that have licenses or any of the species rules. These are clarifying changes that were made either because of road names that were incorrect or boundaries that really didn't have definitive boundaries that we needed to ensure that there was more clarity for the public to understand. We also are fixing some where we had neighboring GMUs that overlapped each other in terms of in 2 different distinct GMUs, or they left a gap between them because of different road names, etc. And then there's some proposed area reassignment. Again, this won't affect hunting because it's within a city limit. So the biggest thing I wanted to reiterate before we get into this, none of this would come up in terms of affecting licensees that already have hunts going on this season or even next season. If we go into bigger boundary rule changes for game management or species management, that's what we'd like to do it with a 4-year rule cycle, which will start in 2 years. So if we have bigger, want to reassign or redraw game management boundaries to better distribute hunters or species management, we do that during the 4-year rule cycle. This is just clarification correction. So with that, I'll get going in some of this. Here, I'll give the kind of bigger issues. This is on Fort Bliss and Donana Range Clamp. It was included in both 19 and 28, just the way it was written in rule. Our proposal is just to include that hashed area in part of GMU 19. It was, again, specific language that was in rule that talked about Donana Range Camp in both 28 and 20 and 19. We're just proposing putting in 19. Another one was a GMU that left 2 gaps between, or a gap between GMU 34 and 28. And it was because of it was not defined on the correct road boundary. So this would close the gap. And then the proposed enclosure would put that portion within GMU 34. That's the way it's been hunted, but it's just clarifying again, language and rule. The next one is, this is a piece of property or that's Holloman Air Force Base specific. So it's where their barracks are, etc. Probably never will be hunted, but it's not included in any legal description of any GMUs right now. So this would just put it into a legal description in the GMU and propose it being put in GMU 19. And then the last kind of bigger change is this The actual city of Las Cruces created this weird triangle in part of GMU 19. Again, it's within the city limits. It's in the main part of where Las Cruces is. We're just proposing using I-25 as the eastern boundary and putting the rest of that in GMU 25. So again, it's just making it ease, won't affect hunting. And then we also have some changes throughout that rule that correspond to actual features on the ground. For example, there were some where it was labeled Forest Road, let's say 2, but really Forest Road 2 is no longer there and it's a county road now. So those are what we're doing, is clarifying some of that. And then citing the commonly used features or names that's changed through time as the counties go up and update road maps and records. And then just enough sufficient details so there's a complete boundary description, so it's very easy to understand where that boundary is when you look into the legal description, and reflecting any changes that we would have on the ground. Again, if a road was decommissioned or a new road was put in, just to better clarify exactly what those boundaries are. And with that, I would stand for any questions you all may have.
Thank you, Stuart. Would anyone like to comment on the new rule, Title 19, Chapter 30, Part 4? If so, please identify yourself for the record.
Madam Chair?
Yes, Commissioner.
Yes, I received an email from a resident over in near Mayhill who was asking about the boundaries of the co-use area with Fort Bliss and Game Management Unit 34. And I had a little communication with Chief Lively about that, and he pointed out, as he did at the start of his presentation today, that making a change there might very well change the number of big game units that we would, or big game allocations that we would want to allocate in that unit. And so now wasn't an appropriate time to make that change. But Chief Lively, if you could just comment on where that area is and the overlapping boundary there, to make that clear for the public, and that we would take that up at a later date instead of now, since I know there's already been an inquiry about it.
Yep. Madam Chair, Commissioner Souls, it's not necessarily an overlapping boundary, it's an authority issue. So Grapevine Canyon, or Training Area 33, is controlled by Fort Bliss Military Range. Fort Bliss has the ability to close that portion of that area down. It's in GMU 34. The majority of Fort Bliss is in 28, but this is a specific training area that requires a permit before entry into it from Fort Bliss Military, because it is a training area by the military. So it has always been part of GMU 34, and the permitting requirement has always been by 34. We've worked in cooperation with Fort Bliss. We got clarity from Fort Bliss as well to ensure that yes, hunters still can hunt that, including our Barbary sheep hunters was where the concern came from, as long as they first secure a permit from Fort Bliss to enter that restricted military area. So it's still part of GMU 34 and would continue. Our proposal is to continue, especially in this, and then we would relook at it if it makes more sense when the species rules come open to move that into GMU 28, which is majority Fort Bliss. Right now, our recommendation would probably be no, because it's more elk in that Grapevine in the upper end. It's Forest Service land. It has a lot of implications for E+, and also the allocations on public versus private and the draw, etc. So again, it's just an area that hunters have to get a permission from Fort Bliss prior to entry upon.
Does that answer your concern, Commissioner, or question?
Yes, thank you very much.
Very good, thank you. Mr. Cherry, is there anyone? I cannot see any hands on the chat Zoom webinar. Do we have any comments?
Madam Chair, we have no hands raised at this point.
Thank you, sir. Are there any exhibits from the public or from others that need to be entered into the record at this time?
Madam Chair, I have not received any.
Perfect. Well, then let's proceed to closing the hearing. Those that are registered and participated in this hearing will be included in the attendance sheet. At this time, the attendance sheet shall be marked and admitted as exhibit number, Director Sloan, that would be
7.
Thank you, sir. The comments submitted and testimony heard during this rule hearing will be reviewed by the commission and discussed during the open session of today's meeting. The commission will vote on the proposed rule at that time. I would like to thank everyone present for their participation today. Let the record show that this rule-making hearing was adjourned at 10 a.m. today, Thursday, August 13th, 2020. That said, I believe, Director Sloan, we can proceed with a motion from one of the commissioners. Is that correct?
Yes.
Thank you. Do I have a motion from one of the commissioners?
Madam Chair,
Thank you, Commissioner Bates.
so I'll move to approve repealing and replacing the boundary description for game management units rule 19.30.4 and allowing staff to make minor changes as necessary to ensure proper filing.
Thank you, Commissioner. Do I have a second?
Second.
I'm sorry, who was the second from?
Roberta.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Thank you, Commissioner Lopez. So I believe that the motion was made by Commissioner Bates and the second was by Vice Chair. So Director Sloan, we are ready to move to a vote.
Commissioner Vestbach,
Yes.
Commissioner Souls,
Yes.
Commissioner Lopez,
Yes.
Commissioner Kramer,
Yes.
Commissioner Bates,
Yes.
Vice Chair Salazar Henry,
Yes.
Chair Salazar Hickey.
Yes,
Motion passes unanimously.
thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. It is now 10 a.m. and we are on agenda item number 8. This is the portion of our meeting where we have general public comments. I know that typically when we are present and not in a Zoom webinar, we are looking, we seek a limitation of 3 minutes per speaker with the total public comment of not to exceed 30 minutes. Zoom webinars are sometimes difficult, so I'm not committed to those time limitations. I would like to encourage participation by the general public to attend and participate in our state game commission. So with that said, Lance, yes.
I just seek a clarification. I was alerted that one of the communications that went to the public said that these comments were only limited to items on the agenda itself, which was not past practice. They were able to make a comment on anything they want, still within the time constraint. So I'm just looking for a clarification from you about what your intent is.
Well, sir, I thank you, Commissioner, and I thank the person raising that issue with you. I do recall at the very first commission meeting in January that I participated in, I thought there had been general comments and not limited to the agenda at that time. And I know there was some discussion at the beginning of this meeting, and I want to say thank you. I think it was our vice chair, where we did amend the point, or maybe it was you, Commissioner, this agenda item number 8, where we said during the scheduled agenda. I'm sorry that we did not say, we could have kept it very broad. We didn't. So because we made that amendment at the beginning of our meeting, I think we're going to have to stick to the agenda.
Madam Chair, if I may.
Go ahead, Commissioner.
Okay,
Commissioner Vesbach.
Yes, I just wanted to clarify. So the amendment I made to the agenda does allow general public comments to not stick to the agenda items.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought.
Only in this specific agenda item though, and as usual in the other agenda items, they have to stick to commenting on the agenda, that agenda item.
Okay.
The amendment allowed general public comments to deviate from the agenda, just whatever people may want to take this opportunity to inform or bring to our attention, whatever comments they like.
Perfect. Okay. I apologize, Commissioner Souls and Vesbach, because I did not understand that. But that is a very important point, because we do want to encourage public comment at our commission meetings. And so Director Sloan, I'm going to ask you to assist me in future meetings to make that very clear, so that we want to foster that kind of participation. Unfortunately, if we don't have people present right now because they didn't really understand, we may just not have anyone. Vice Chair, did you have another comment to make?
No, ma'am, Madam Chair. I was just going to help clarify what Commissioner Vesbach's amendment did do.
Gotcha. Okay. So that said, Mr. Lance Cherry, do we have any comments? I don't see any hands raised in this chat on my end.
Madam Chair, we do, and we will start with Joel Gay.
Oh my gosh. Thank you, Mr. Cherry. And thank you, Mr. Joel. We look forward to hearing from you. So state your name and your affiliation, please.
Joel Gay, I'm the chairman of the New Mexico chapter of Backcountry Hunters and Anglers. And I wanted to thank whoever put the agenda together for allowing everyone to have 3 minutes, which I think is much more sensible and better for gathering public input than the previous limit of 2 minutes. So thanks for doing that. And thank you for revising the agenda. It should always be that the public comment period is open for comment on issues that are not on the agenda, which then leaves all the agenda issues, gives you the opportunity to take public comment on the agenda every time they come up. But beyond all of that, I'd like to urge Madam Chairwoman not to fret about the time. All the way through this meeting so far, you've been saying, well, we're 2 minutes behind or 8 minutes behind or whatever. That sends a message to the public that does not reflect your interest in transparency and the public process. So it's important for the commission not to be rushed. If people were wasting time and just blathering on, by all means, step in and take control. But by allowing everybody to have plenty of time, it gives the commission and the staff the opportunity to air these important issues. And one of them was this law enforcement issue that came up this morning. That was a great discussion between several of the commissioners and Colonel Griego about a variety of law enforcement issues. On that topic, New Mexico Backcountry Hunters and Anglers, I think, speaks for most hunters in the state that we support a robust law enforcement presence in New Mexico. We wish there were more law enforcement officers. Obviously, that comes back to money and whether we have the budget for that or not. I hope that the Game Commission will tackle this idea of getting us a license fee increase soon so that we can beef up the staff in places where we need it, which is everybody from biologists to game wardens. So anyhow, that's it. I won't take up any more of your time. Thank you. And we'll see you the next time.
Oh, please don't go. Mr. Joel Gay, I want to say thank you for your comments. And the point of clarification is that I'm mindful of the time because our commission meetings can be lengthy for many to be able to sit through the entire commission. And some people are interested in popping in for only certain agenda items. And so they may schedule their time for, around a specific agenda item. And I don't want to be rude or, again, in the spirit of transparency to them as well. I want to make sure that we provide that. I don't want to, that promise of we're going to try and have it a certain agenda item at a certain time. So yes, I thank you for sharing that comment with us. And your comment about the officers, it touches my heart as well. The work that they do and the number that we have of money just came up recently with our budget and finance. So your comments are all very timely. Lance Cherry, do we have any other public comments?
Yes, Madam Chair. Next up, we will have Ben Neary.
Thank you, sir. For the record, please state your name and your affiliation.
Ben, you will need to unmute yourself.
Anda Ben.
Hello.
Madam Chair, he does show connected. Perhaps we'll just move him one down and see if he can get his audio taken care of. And we'll move to the next, which is a Samsung. They are not ID'd on there, but they should receive a message asking to unmute at this point.
Okay, I'm looking forward to the next public comment. But sir, Mr. Lance Cherry, in the alternative, if there are some folks that have a hard for technical, IT issues, if they're unable to unmute their system, is it possible to use the chat button where they could enter their comments on the chat as an alternative?
Yes, Madam Chair, they can absolutely send a chat across, and of course we'll make sure that you and the commission have that comment. Also, along those same lines, they are able to call in if they're having audio difficulties and use their telephone to make that connection. And I will post that up right now to our chat.
Beautiful. Thank you, sir. So can we have our next person state your name and your affiliation, please?
Can you hear me?
Yes, thank you, sir.
Okay. Yeah, this is Jeff Young. I'm from Sandia Park. And please let me know if you can't hear me. I don't represent anybody but myself, I guess. But let's see, to give you a little background, I've been hunting in the state since 1972. I'm a hunter ed instructor, have been for the past 8 years certified in both bow and firearm, and also have been involved heavily in Youth Hunter Education Challenge and Raton for the past 13 years. What I'd like to comment today is on the proposed changes to the mentored youth program. And I think some of you have heard it from me before via email, but I really appreciate the opportunity to speak publicly today in the commission meeting. And before I get started, I also want to thank Game and Fish and the Hunter Ed program for all they do. Have nothing but good things to say about both of those groups. And in fact, I can honestly say I've never met a Game and Fish employee I hadn't liked. And that's the reason I'm here today. But when I first saw the proposed changes to the Hunter Ed program, I was originally concerned about lowering the age group to 8. But then after I stepped back and thought about it a bit, if someone came to me and asked me when a good time to take Hunter education would be, I'd say it was 8 years old. And so then I realized, well, you know, if you've got an 8-year-old going out with a mentor, that's probably not a bad thing. And so I sat back and think about it and evaluated it. And I realized that the real issue I have, I think, is just the lack of education and knowledge among the sportsman and hunting community. And so I'll give you the story. You know, I've been hunting in state since 1972. But when I took Hunter Ed, it was a 2-hour firearm safety class way back when. About 17 years ago, I took the full 2-day course with my son. And I'll be honest with you, it opened my eyes to a lot of things. There was so much I didn't know. And I realized, well, I've been hunting for 30 years in the state of New Mexico, and I didn't know all this stuff. And so day to day, it really just changed my perspective. And that's the reason I'm a Hunter Ed instructor today. And day to day, as I interface with friends of mine who are in the sportsman community, what I see is a significant knowledge gap. Things like, you know, a lot of times you get questions, well, you know, I can't draw a tag. Why doesn't Game and Fish just give everybody a tag like the 70s? Without understanding that the wildlife management and wildlife science component to that is the reason we limit the tags. And the same thing with all the ethical issues, whether it be driving your ATV off road, whether it be road hunting, meat care, or, you know, just the fact that Game and Fish is sucking off my taxpayer dollars when in fact it's entirely a user-pay system. So hunter education is much more than just firearm safety. And like I said, what I see among the hunting community is a huge gap, knowledge gap there, not just in firearm safety, but all the aspects of hunting that are going to help the future of hunting as we project ourselves to the other 95% of the population that doesn't hunt. And so, you know, I evaluated all the hunter education data across the states. I went out and looked at all the websites. And what I found is that 40 out of the 50 states require hunter education at some level before you can even apply for a hunt. So some states, it requires everyone to take hunter education before they can apply. States like Texas and Wyoming have specific birth years. So in Texas, anyone taking hunter education after 1972 has to take hunter education. So given all that and the fact that we do not require hunter education of everybody, and then the fact that based on what I know, you have a huge increase in applicants over the last 5 years. What I see is a potential for the lack of knowledge out there as it relates to all these other aspects of hunting to just increase. And so there's a huge knowledge gap that's being, you know, it's continuing down this path because we are not requiring people to take hunter education. And so my suggestion today is not necessarily to oppose the 8-year-old change, but to suggest that the Game and Fish look at requiring, at least as for starters, all mentors to be hunter ed certified, and that way they can pass their knowledge on. But I'd also suggest that maybe we look at even requiring everyone applying for a license to take hunter education. And I don't know where I am in my time limit, but I think I've said everything I'm going to say. And again, I really appreciate the opportunity to speak today. And I enjoy working with Game and Fish and the hunter education program, and I can't say enough about them and what you've done. So thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you for your words. And I agree. Our Department of Game and Fish, our officers are phenomenal. Couldn't live without them. So, Mr. Lance Cherry, do we have the next person ready to speak?
I think Ben Neary might be able to speak at this point. We can give him a shot.
Okay. Sir, if you could please state your name and your affiliation for the record. And thank you for your chat. We know you're having technical difficulties, so thank you. Thank you for your patience. Mr. Neary?
Madam Chair,
Yes, Vice Chair.
Mr. Neary submitted a chat comment to all of the panelists. I believe he's still having difficulties.
I see that chat, but I just took a cue from Mr. Cherry. I thought he might be able to speak, so that's why I said the words that I did. Is that correct, Lance?
It did look that way, but it would appear he is not able to make that connection.
Okay. Would one of the commissioners like to read into the record the chat? Vice Chair, thank you for making that statement. So any of the commissioners, please read into the record the chat from Mr. Neary. State his name and his affiliation, please.
Madam Chair, I'd be happy to do that.
Thank you.
The chat message for the record is, Madam Chair, Commissioners, this is Ben Neary, Conservation Director for the New Mexico Wildlife Federation. Sorry about the technical difficulties. I'm writing to say that the New Mexico Wildlife Federation sees the need for a license fee increase, and we're reaching out to other conservation organizations to support the effort to get the New Mexico legislature to act in the coming session on an increase that would go into effect for the 22-23 license year. The New Mexico Wildlife Federation recognizes that the pandemic has created unprecedented financial challenges for all New Mexicans. We recognize that a license fee increase will be a difficult challenge to get through the legislature. That said, the wildlife needs of New Mexico won't wait. The state last saw a license fee increase in 2005, which took effect the next year. Since then, inflation has cut into the purchasing power of the department. The agency's basic approved operating budget for FY 2006-2007 was $33.8 million. That would represent $43 million in purchasing power today. However, the agency's budget for the current fiscal year is under $42 million. We encourage the New Mexico State Game Commission to work with us to support a license fee increase in the coming legislative session. We expect broad support from New Mexico hunters and anglers. Thank you very much for your consideration. I believe that's it, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Vice Chair. And of course, thank you, Mr. Ben Neary, for those comments. I agree. These are difficult times, very difficult, challenging times with the COVID-19 situation. And yes, the issue of license fee increase has come up. The State Game Commission has been listening and reading all of the emails that we have received from residents and non-residents about issues that can arise from this time, these challenging times. Yes, working with the New Mexico State Legislature, we're always happy to hear from our legislators, our New Mexico representatives. Yes, I think the idea of an increase that could go into effect for the 22-23 license year is something that we certainly should always consider. The wildlife of New Mexico, I agree. They are our cherished assets. They are part of our land of enchantment. And so all of the issues arising from this will have to be thoroughly carefully considered. So I don't want to go into too much detail in terms of the basics of that budget, but in any event, I want to say thank you for your comment. Mr. Lance Cherry, do we have any other comments? I thought we had one more.
It looks like we have one more, and that would be John Crenshaw. John, you should be able to connect now.
State your name and your
Right,
affiliation,
am I
please.
on via the Zoom or I'm also on telephone? I need to hang up one of them. Okay.
Oh,
I'll hang up the phone. I look good here.
We
All
can hear
right,
you
thank you very
clearly.
much for your patience, everybody. John Crenshaw, I'm president of the board of New Mexico Wildlife Federation, and to follow up very briefly on Ben's, we're in the process. We've done a little bit of polling already among our fellow sportsmen and different organizations. And I think we can certainly generate broad support for a license fee increase. Hunters have, for more than 100 years, asked to tax themselves to support our wildlife management. And, you know, we're running up now. The earliest we could get this in, and we know it's a challenge, would be 2022. And that's going to be, right now we're at about 28% inflation since 2005. It'll be well over 30% by 22. And by 23, it'll be in the mid 30s to 35, 36 or so percent. And that's kind of erosion. You know, we're moving from important to urgent to critical as this time drags by. But we can and will bring support to this. We will need certainly the cooperation and help of the assistant of the commission, I'm sorry, and department. And to move on to what I wanted to talk about myself is see that the state land office hunting and angling lease is coming up for renewal. It expires at the end of this license year. And I would anticipate we're going to probably be trying to create a multi-year agreement. And we'd like to give a little input ahead of time and be asked to be kept apprised and engaged by both agencies as the negotiations proceed. First, we do want to see the lease renewed and extended. It was first put into place in 1961. It's worked reasonably well. Certainly there's been some contentious times here and there, but it does keep things kind of in control. I'd anticipated a 3-minute time limit, so I put my comments in order to address that, so that I touched on things that were most important to us first. And that would be things we'd really rather not see in the new agreement. First, I'd say that sportsmen would object very strenuously to any substantially higher price for the lease. Many of us remember when former Land Commissioner Aubrey Dunn wanted to jump the fee to $5 million a year from what was then $200,000. We objected very strongly, as did almost every, in fact, all other sportsmen's organizations and individuals in the state. We ran a survey and found that of our respondents, 70% of our sportsmen were sufficiently outraged that they were ready to support a nuclear option, and that is having the commission closing state trust lands to all hunting and angling, period, if he insisted on that price. Unfortunately, it didn't come to that kind of a showdown, and I hope it never does. But it was a serious, serious time. As we all know, the price eventually was fixed at $1 million, and that's basically continued here. And under the current lease, the department offsets about 1/4 of that cost, or can, with habitat or other work on trust lands. We'd like to hear from the two agencies how that's been working out, whether the coordination is good and what work was done at what cost. We'd also like to be informed how other joint operations worked out, such as the efforts to keep the gates open where they should be open and the access signs up, and the other things that have been really conflicts since 1961 and been sometimes problems. And if there are places where improvements could be made in the two agencies' cross coordination. One thing that we would not find acceptable, I don't believe, is making DGF responsible for campground and similar maintenance on state trust lands. The agency, and I know this from personal experience and observation, it's not staffed, not equipped for recreational area management and maintenance. And just to be truthful, it's just never been very good at it, not when I was there and not since. There are good reasons that the commission owned properties like Benton and Clayton Lakes, Cimarron Canyon, Pecos River Campgrounds, just a few of them. And those are operated by the State Parks Division because they are good at that sort of thing. And I don't anticipate this would come up, although it was talked about during Aubrey Dunn's time, and he eventually, I believe, came along with an appraisal that he claimed would support this sort of thing. But at any rate, I would hope that there's never any move to emulate the Colorado system of state trust land leases, where large tracts of state trust lands are leased to hunt clubs or outfitters or whoever for their exclusive use. It was a movida kind of like that back in 1961 that prompted the Game Commission and Game Department Director at that time and the State Land Office Commissioner to come up with the system we have now. That would probably trigger support for the nuclear option too. And just briefly, we're overall, I think, fairly satisfied that things are going pretty well, but we would like to have our side, which is actually, I guess, both agencies in a way, to continue working on cooperation and getting things working. Continued expansion of overnight camping, dispersed camping is certainly a good long-term goal. State Land Office stuff so far, their dispersed camping options are limited, but they are baby steps and they are steps in the right direction. There are likely other things that can be improved or smoothed out, but we do need the lease and would like to see it, and we would like to be engaged as the process goes on. And thank you very much for your patience and your indulgences here, Madam Chair.
Absolutely. Well, thank you, Mr. John Crenshaw, for all of your comments. I hope you noticed I'm not watching the clock, okay? I want to hear from everyone. I see that we have about 35, the numbers are going here and there, and participants, the number of participants on this Zoom meeting. And so it's very important that all of us come together. United we have to be, not divided we stand. We have to be, all of us, respectful and listen to each other, and I'm trying to demonstrate that. So let me say a few things about your comments. First, echoing what Mr. Joel Gray said earlier. Thank you for that echo that you provided on the budget and the increased license fees. Second, state land, the issue. I would say, Director Sloan, for the record, let's consider, and maybe I'll look to Vice Chair and Commissioner Vesbach about adding to an agenda at the next commission meeting or the meeting after, at least consider something about that state land issue that Mr. John Crenshaw just brought up. One thing that I find about our officers and their duties and their performance of their responsibilities, I agree. They're not hired. If you look at their duties in their performance evaluations, I don't believe that that's part of their duty to clean up. And so we always have to be mindful when we enter into discussions about that. First and foremost is their active role and their responsibility as officers out in our public lands, in our lands. They're the forefront. And so, Mr. Crenshaw, I want to say thank you. I see Vice Chair. Did you want to add a comment too? I see a smile on your face.
Madam Chair, I guess the only thing, not to drag this on, is that we did have a lot of irons to iron out last year and a one-year lease is just so short, and we're back to the point where we need to start talking about it again. And there was a lot of interest from the sportsman's group and a lot of concern that they weren't hearing what would happen to the lease. And so hopefully when we start looking at the lease information and the negotiations start again, we'll find a way to update the public so that rumors are tempered and everybody knows what's going on.
Thank you. Wonderful words. Commissioners, any other comments before we move on? Mr. Lance Cherry, do we have any other comments from our participants?
Madam Chair, that's all we have at this time.
Okay, well, thank you all for participating in the general public comment portion of our agenda. It is now 10:34. I do want to, again, be respectful to all of you in the public. Those of you that have seen our agenda, if you wanted to come in at a particular time, that is the reason why I'm kind of focusing on the time. So commissioners, let's keep our break brief. Let's stick to the agenda. It is now 10:34. I think it's important that we go offline, and we will resume our meeting at 10:45. So please try to log in a little before 10:45 so we can just jump right into our next agenda item. So thank you. Thank you, Mr. Cherry. You're doing an excellent job, as always. I hope you know how much we appreciate all you do.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
So it is now 10:45. And we at the State Game Commission can proceed to agenda item number 9. This is availability of the director's draft of the biennial review of WCA species. It's a discussion item. The department will present a summary of the draft recommendations and announce the commencement of the 14-day comment period for the biennial review. So I believe we are going to be hearing from Matt Wonder of the Department of Game and Fish.
Bringing him in right now, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Cherry. As I said, as always, you set the bar for the standard of performance for commission meetings around this beautiful country of ours. So thank you. You're doing a great job. And we look forward to hearing from Chief Mr. Matt Wonder.
Good morning, Madam Chair, Commissioners. I'm here to present the Director's draft of the biennial review of state-listed threatened or endangered species. Okay, of the background, a little bit of background of the process. When the state developed the list of threatened and endangered species, the statute specified that every 2 years it had to be reviewed to confirm the status of the species that are on that list. And so over the course of the last 90 days, the public and the department biologists have been available to go through and look at the last biennial review of 2018, which is posted on the department's website. Having completed that review, they would make changes to the information that's included in the species accounts and make a determination as to whether or not any changes need to be made. So we've completed the 90-day comment period, and no comments were received from the public. We now are entering a 14-day comment period where people will have the opportunity to review the revised or 2020 biennial review, and then the final adoption will be brought to the commission in the October 16th meeting. And so just by way of review, the table on the screen lists the number of threatened and endangered species, whether they're invertebrates, fish, amphibians, reptiles, birds, and mammals, total of 116. And so as a result of the review, it was determined that it would be it would be desirable to uplist the narrow-headed garter snake from threatened to endangered. And this, the rationale behind this suggestion is that this species of garter snake is a habitat specialist. It requires shallow, swift-flowing streams. In New Mexico, it's in the San Francisco and Gila River drainages. It had been extirpated from a variety of sites, including that were judged to be two of the most robust populations in the state. And surveys conducted since 2017 have detected the species at only 7 of the 17 known historical localities. And part of the, or potentially the major part of the problem for the species is that post-forest fire flooding led to the extirpation of the most important sites in New Mexico. The reason being that after the fire, you get a lot of sediment and it significantly degrades the habitat quality for this species. So the narrow-headed garter snake is recommended for uplisting from threatened to endangered. And with that, I will stand for any questions.
Thank you, sir. Commissioners, do we have any questions or comments?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Yes, Commissioner Vesbach.
Chief Wonder, just 2 questions. One, I'll just throw them both out there now. One is on seeing that we've lost, had local extirpation of populations due to post-fire flooding. Are we looking at reintroduction of the narrow-headed garter snake to the 10 of 17 locations that we do not now see them? And then the other question is it typical to not get any comments in that 90-day comment period? I'm wondering if there's more we could do to kind of engage the public.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Vesbach, to the first question, I suspect that although I'm not personally involved with the restoration for the narrow-headed garter snake, that as habitat quality improves after the fire, the forests start to recover from the burn and the streams and aquatic habitats get back to more of that clear-flowing cobbled base, that it does present opportunities to reestablish populations. And there is some evidence that translocating this snake has been successful in other locations. So I would expect that probably will be in the cards as the habitat quality returns to more desirable conditions. Regarding the lack of comments, I know that for the years when I was leading this process, there were not a lot of comments, especially if there were something particularly dramatic that had occurred. It might elicit more comments, but by and large, most of the yeoman's work on pulling together the biological information on these species is conducted by the species experts in the department. They basically provide most of the information. And they may actually be reaching out to outside experts that they're aware of that have knowledge of the species and incorporating that so that it's possible that the public or other experts out there wouldn't necessarily need to submit a comment, but could talk to species experts. But it is disappointing that there were no comments.
Thank you. And Madam Chair, if I may, with just a follow-up question.
Yes.
Yeah, so on the, you mentioned you're not in charge of reintroductions. Would that then be the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service or just someone else in the department, or how is that led on a state listed species like this?
At this point, where it's a state listed, but I believe not federally listed species, the state would take the leadership in that. If the species was determined by the Fish and Wildlife Service to warrant listing and they went through the listing process, then they certainly would be at least partners in that process, if not taking more of a leadership role.
Thank you. Just a statement. I think this is another example of the department doing a lot for non-game species and also I'm going to take a leap here, probably being a little resource crunched in terms of being able to do more. And I just appreciate you raising this, and it just really shows the importance of our state agency out there with species before they need federal listing to work at that habitat. Clearly, this is a threatened animal, so I think it's just important work and really highlights the important work that the department does and the broader need for funding that goes beyond just our primary sources of funding now, which are hunters and anglers generally paying for broader habitat work. So thank you, Chief Wonder.
Thank you, Commissioner Vespa.
Madam
Did
Chair?
I see? Yes, Commissioner Bates. Kramer.
Chief Wonder, when there is a wildfire like in the Gila and there is a incident commander there, do they ever talk to the Game and Fish about, we were in the Gila this last month and several times, and noticed with those wildfires that they were doing massive back burns and putting fire on the ground a long way from the head of the fire. And we just wondered, do you have any say where they put that fire when there's an endangered or threatened species in that area?
Madam Chair, Commissioner, I'm not exactly sure. I suspect that it varies from fire to fire, incident commander to incident commander. Some probably are more readily reach out to the department, but from the Forest Service perspective, with their 10 a.m. rule, their primary objective is to put the fire out basically by 10 o'clock the next morning. And so while we would hope that they would contact us with issues like that, I don't think that happens all the time. I would encourage them to do that. And we'll be talking with Forest Service next week, and that's a topic that we could bring up and with the service.
Madam Chair, Commissioner, I would say that on multiple occasions, we've been asked to go in and salvage Rio Grande cutthroat trout, Gila trout. So as Matt said, I don't think that happens every time, but that's certainly a consideration. I know that the Forest Service is talking to the Fish and Wildlife Service about endangered species. There are Forest Service biologists on the fire team, so I think they're conscious of it. The level of importance is hard to judge. I think it might be species specific, but those considerations are made.
Thank you.
Madam Chair.
That was an excellent comment by you, Commissioner Kramer. So thank you. Thank you about that. Yes, Vice Chair.
Chief Wonder, I'd like to go back to Commissioner Vesbach's comment and concern about the fact that we didn't get any sort of public comment for the 90 days. Which groups, who would typically be the folks that would be most interested in providing comments about this issue?
Madam Chair, Commissioner, I think typically we would expect that if there are species experts out there that have a long history of engagement with these species, whether it's a herpetologist interested in a lizard or a mammalogist interested in a chipmunk or something, my expectation would be that those would be the people who have the most detailed knowledge about these species that want to ensure that that knowledge is incorporated into the review. So I would typically expect it to be mostly species expert biologists as opposed to organizations necessarily that would respond.
Chief Wonder, is there a way, or other than just listing notice on the website, do you actively send out letters to conservation organizations, oil and gas industry, to the forest products industry, anywhere that this species might be somewhere that might impact them? Do we actively try to reach out ourselves, or do we just post the notice on the website saying we're open for comment? How does that work?
I suspect that in addition to the general public outreach that's made through the website, that a lot of the biologists in the department have ongoing relationships with biologists also interested in those species. The biologists outside the department, be they with Forest Service, BLM, Fish and Wildlife Service, or other state agencies, that our biologists have relationships with some of those other biologists, and I suspect that there is a degree of informal outreach to them, pointing out that, do you have any additional information for this? So I suspect that there is that on an informal basis. I don't have a good sense of how widespread that is, or whether that brought in information that the department biologists were able to bring into the biannual review, as opposed to having an outside biologist submit a comment.
Well, I'm more, when you start talking about the Gila and everywhere else, there's the ranching industry that'll be affected there, that grazing. There's just a whole host of people, and I'm just surprised that we may not be trying to reach out to make sure that our public input process is actually a very good, robust public input process for folks. It's nice to know, and I know the biologists all have great relationships at the universities, et cetera, but I'm more interested in the general public also, and maybe being a little more forward in trying to solicit opinions or information or concerns at some part of the public input process. I don't know where that would be, but I appreciate everything your staff does. I know the amount of biological work that goes into evaluating all the species that are on the list and monitoring them. So I appreciate everything you guys do.
Madam Chair, Vice Chair, I believe that the 90-day comment period is for the provision of technical information related to species, so that we can develop recommendations. And then this next 14-day period is really a period for general public comment, to provide thoughts on the impacts of those things and that sort of thing. So I think it's a little bit of a bifurcated process. So we may see some additional comment once the recommendations are out on the street.
Thank you.
And perhaps given the period of time that we're in now, maybe longer than a 14-day comment period would be appropriate. We can evaluate that.
I agree.
Thank you, Commissioner and Vice Chair and Director, with regard to raising this very issue of no comment in this 90-day period. I would also like to state for the record that this period is within a COVID-19 time. And again, part of the challenge, it is so complicated. So many issues are raised during COVID-19. I don't know if that had an impact. I would leave that up to you, Sir Matt, Chief Matt, wonder if that could possibly be, an issue. But what I'm hearing from the commissioners is the need to improve this approach as we come into the 14-day general public comment period. And I thank you and the director for hearing these questions and fielding fielding some answers. So thank you. Did I have another comment? Did you have one, Commissioner Souls? I know you, as one of our commissioners on the State Game Commission, your appointment is on conservation expertise. So did you have some comments as well?
Yes, Madam Chair, thank you. Just a couple of brief follow-ups to things that I think that we've already heard. Number one, Chief Wonder, I wonder if you could comment just briefly on the difference between a state and a federally listed species. I know I'm curious about this narrow-headed garter snake, it being moving from threatened to endangered in New Mexico. What's its population look like more broadly across the entire country? And then the second thing, I do receive lots of communications from environmental groups, and it's odd to me that I've not heard a single comment about this period. And in fact, I just texted one of them, and it struck that group as no, they didn't know that this was going on at all. They suggested that perhaps an email to those groups notifying them would be effective. So I would encourage the department to consider that. This individual said they're on the department email list and they don't recall having seen anything. So those are the 2 points that I wanted to make. Thank you.
Madam Chair, Commissioner, I would, to your first point about the difference between the state and the federal listing, the federal listing is possible under the Endangered Species Act, Federal Endangered Species Act. And in addition to that, the state of New Mexico, also in Chapter 17, identified that the state can identify threatened or endangered species. Clearly, when we're looking at state-listed species, those are species that are found within New Mexico. And while they might be more common outside of the state, they could be severely imperiled within the state. And so the state could list that species as threatened or endangered, even though at a federal level, the species was not in any particular danger. Whereas when the federal government empowers or uses the Endangered Species Act to review and list species, they are looking more broadly at the species range, both throughout the United States and foreign countries as well, because the narrow-headed garter snake is found in southwest New Mexico, or in southwest New Mexico, southeast Arizona, and parts of Mexico. There's a few streams down there, I believe, where it exists as well. And so our listing, of course, for New Mexico would just be for the species within New Mexico. And then if the Fish and Wildlife Service does determine that it is a suitable candidate for listing and list it, they would incorporate the species range in Mexico in their determination, both in terms of listing and then potentially critical habitat designations as well. And the other difference between the state and federal listing is the state does not designate critical habitat for the species. That's the role that the Fish and Wildlife Service does. As to the second point about more broadly making this process aware to the additional people out there, I'm sure going forward with this 14-day or longer comment period coming up, the department will make a concerted effort to reach out to some of those entities and try to get elicit more comment.
Thank you. Just as a very brief follow-up, I appreciate your description between the two. And I know we're spending a lot of time on this one species, but it is the one that we're recommending a change. So do you have any idea if southeastern Arizona and Mexico are experiencing the same challenges with things like habitat impacted by fire and that sort of thing? And if the threat to this particular species is more broad than it is just in New Mexico?
I suspect that at least in Arizona is also suffering from similar conditions because they have similar and sometimes more extreme fire conditions over there, and consequently you would expect impacts in their habitat. So I'm quite sure that there are some of the similar considerations in Arizona. In Mexico, I'm not as familiar with, but I would suspect that habitat loss there also is an issue. Whether or not they have the same issues there as they do here, that I would have to do a little more research on.
So do we have an active relationship with Arizona specifically, or other adjoining states when we're talking about things like threatened and endangered species, so that we're keeping tabs on what they're doing when we share a boundary that affects these species?
I'm sure we do. And I know that, our herpetologists, again, one of those situations where they're familiar with their counterparts in Arizona, and because we share a border, share habitats and species, some of which are similar status in both states, that, our biologists, I'm sure we're in communication with the biologists over in Arizona as they were pulling together the information to make this determination that, the species was warranted for uplisting.
Madam Chair, if I may. So the species is federally listed as threatened. There is currently both a proposal for critical habitat, I think an expansion of critical habitat, and there's also a species status assessment underway by the federal government to look at the listing status. The other point I would make is that I'm aware that there is a fairly large collaborative group that has been working on this. I know that because when we were doing our whitewater treatment, they were concerned that we might impact snakes. And so we had to take some steps to ensure that we would not have an effect on them and that long term it would be a benefit to snakes. So I know there's a lot of discussion amongst agencies and across the borders on these snakes, their status, and how we're moving forward with them. As Matt said, we're looking more particularly at New Mexico and the state status, but there is a larger collaborative group, including the federal government, looking at this species in particular.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Any other commissioners, questions, comments? Lance Cherry, do we have any comments from the participants, the public? This is a discussion item.
Yes, Madam Chair, we have no comments or no hands raised at this time.
Okay, well, very good. Well, I took a number of notes here, and I'm sure Director Sloan and Chief Matt Wonder, you did too. I want to say thank you for the presentation. This was a very good discussion, and I think we have now proceeded to agenda item number 10. We're ahead
Madam
of
Chair?
schedule. Yes, sir.
I believe this is an action item with a recommended resolution or.
Is it on my, what I see, and Director Sloan, please assist me here, but what I see as the agenda item is just purely discussion. Should it have been an action item?
Madam Chair, I think that may have been an oversight on our part. I apologize for that. Often, I think that the commission has voted to open the comment period in the past. I don't see a reason why we couldn't open the comment period without a specific motion from the commission.
If I may, sorry, Director, I don't mean to cut you off, but this is a very important point in relation to the Open Meetings Act. And so I'm going to seek Assistant Attorney General Valerie Joe. The issue is we have an agenda item that was listed on the Department of Game and Fish. We also had at the beginning of this meeting a review and modification and approval of our agenda. And we listed agenda item number 9 as discussion. I think all of us, the commission and the department, would agree that it was an oversight. It should have stated action. It's an important part of this rulemaking process, going from the 90-day period to the 14-day period. It's an announcement. Would there be a problem if we made a motion and voted on this?
Right, I think yes, Valerie Joe speaking. Specifically, the Open Meetings Act does state that anything that's listed on the agenda can be, as long as it's listed on the agenda, whether or not it's specifically listed as discussion or action. And I'm not sure if your agenda says it, because I know there are other boards and commissions that, put the caveat in there that, and I believe this is more of a ministerial error since, you can amend it and let me just take a quick look at the agenda again.
Madam Chair, if I may,
Go ahead.
Thank you, Director Sloan.
1933-3-8 is the reference B. Upon receipt of the director's recommendation, the commission shall announce that written comments regarding the biological and ecological evidence and the economic and social impacts pertaining to the director's recommendation may be submitted and will be included in the public repository established under the Wildlife Conservation Act. Written comments pertaining to the biological and ecological evidence submitted within 14 days of the announcement shall be considered by the commission in taking action on the director's recommendation. Written comments pertaining to the economic and social impacts of listing decisions shall be preserved in the repository for consideration in the development, if practicable, of recovery plans. So by rule, the commission only has to announce that written comments are being accepted. I don't think that necessarily implies that there needs to be an action, as much as the commission has received my recommendation and can make an announcement that they'll be taking comments. I would say 14 days, though. I think that the commission could, given the circumstances, say you want to take a comment for longer if you so chose.
Thank you, Director Sloan. I did hear the words in 19.33.38, as you just read into record, which was very good. Thank you, sir. You did have the words considered and taking action. So I am not opposed to the idea of proceeding with a motion and taking some action. So Valerie, if Assistant Attorney General, could we just go ahead and amend our agenda and proceed with a motion and a vote?
Yes, as long as the the agenda is amended and noted in the meeting notes and reflected as such, because under the Open Meetings Act, items have to be listed. They don't necessarily even have to say it's a discussion or an action item. I think that's a convention that you guys all do so that you can be sure what you're doing to provide clarity, but it's not necessarily required.
Very good. So with that said, do I have a motion from one? Thank you, Assistant Attorney General Valerie Jo and Director Mike Sloan. So with all of that said, could I have a motion from one of the commissioners?
I'll make.
Does anybody want to proceed with a motion?
I make the motion that we open the 14-day comment period for the biennial review of WCA species.
Second.
Madam Chair?
I heard us. Let me get into record.
I want to ask a question before we get a second of Commissioner Kramer. I was wondering if you would consider lengthening the time to 28 days or 30 days comment period.
I don't know. It's in statute there. Are we allowed to do that?
Well, I think it's in the rule. And I think due to COVID, if the commission thought it was a good idea to perhaps extend it under these, extenuating circumstances when it's difficult for people to, gather, I think it's, the rule does say 14 days. However, I think under the current circumstances, I think, the powers that be would be, or the courts would be a little bit more understanding of providing additional time, as long as, you're telling everyone now, this is a meeting that is recorded and advertised to the public, as well as when you do make that determination, it's disseminated so that, the broadest number of people could get that message.
Chief Wonder, does that do anything to your process?
Madam Chair, Commissioner, I don't believe it does. The final presentation would be in the October meeting. So, 14 days would put us into early September. A 28-day period would put us into later in September, which should still provide opportunity for the biologists to make any revisions based on comments and get that included in the document that will be brought to you in October.
Okay, then I will amend my motion to include a 28-day comment period.
Do I have a motion? I mean, a second?
Yes, second.
Thank you, Commissioner Kramer and Commissioner Bates on that motion. Director Sloan, can we please have a vote?
Madam Chair?
Yes, Commissioner Souls.
So before we vote, I still just have a little discomfort with this. I appreciate the advice that we got that said the rule says 14 days, but maybe we have a valid reason for doing something different than the rule. I'm a little sensitive these days about doing things that we know is not explicitly what is said in a rule. And so I want to suggest something just to see whether it makes sense. Could we maybe take a vote that says we will open the 14-day comment period 14 days from now? And then we have an additional 14 days allowed, but we still are going to do something that is entirely compliant with our rule. I hope I'm not splitting hairs here, but it seems to me that that might accomplish both purposes.
So can you restate when would the 14 days start?
I guess it could start anytime, but we could just say the 14 days is going to start. For example, today's the 13th, it could start on the 27th. And then we would still be able to get the word out to people. The 90-day comment period has maybe already happened, but it would give people an additional 14 days to get their comments together, to review where we are, to do whatever. Mostly for us to just get word to those people that but the 14-day period would start on August 27th and commence for 14 days from then.
Commissioner Souls, isn't that also bending the rules a bit? Because technically the period is for 90 days, and yet we're still receiving comments outside the 90 days?
I guess I don't know the proper answer to that, but their comments, there could be a gap, and in that gap, they would have time to review the material, to be informed that the 14 days is about to start and things like that.
Madam Chair,
I would just like to know whether anyone else thinks that makes sense.
Okay, so this is all very good discussion. I want to commend all of the commissioners for this kind of discussion, along with the department and with our assistant attorney, because what we are truly trying to do is meet the spirit of the law. We are very mindful of our responsibility. And again, we're trying to ensure that we engage people and seek that comment that's necessary. So I heard Department Mike Sloan, Director. Did you have something to say?
I do, Madam Chair. So the 90-day comment period was announced and has closed, and that was for receipt of technical information. What we're talking about is this 14-day period, and unfortunately, in rule, it says submitted within 14 days of the announcement, meaning the announcement of the director's recommendation. So it would technically, by rule, start today. The one thing that I will say is that I don't think that anyone's going to argue with an idea that you allowed more public comment than less. You know, certainly we can do it however you would like, but I think that as Valerie Jo suggested, more public comment during this period is going to be more positively viewed than less.
Madam Chair, based on that clarification, which I very much appreciate, I remove my suggestion and I would support the motion as it stands.
Very good. Thank you, Commissioner. I just love everybody getting to yes. This is getting to yes. So can we restate the motion? Commissioner Kramer, I think you were the one that submitted the motion. Is that correct?
Yes.
Thank you.
So I move that we open the general comment period for the biennial review of the WCA species. We will extend that to 28 days to allow more public input at this time. And it will open immediately.
And the 28 days begins today, August 13th, and it would end on what day? Director Sloan?
Whoa, yeah, that's gonna require math. Let's see. 1, 3, looks like September 10th.
Is that sufficient time, Matt Wonder?
Madam Chair, yes, I think that would be adequate.
Okay, and I think the commissioners, based on their discussion, they also agree this extending the period, because the goal again is to get that comment. We don't want to be in a position where we have no comment. Okay, very good. Thank you, Commissioner. Do we have a second?
Yes, second.
Thank you, Commissioner Bates. Okay, Director Sloan, we shall proceed to a vote.
Commissioner Vespach,
Yes.
Commissioner Souls,
Yes.
Commissioner Lopez,
Yes.
Commissioner Kramer,
Yes.
Commissioner Bates,
Yes.
Vice Chair Salazar Henry,
Yes.
Chair Salazar Hickey.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. We shall proceed to the next agenda item. And that is the initiation of the public land user stamp rule. This is item number 10. And I believe this is going to be Stuart. Are you ready for your presentation, sir?
Madam Chair, yes, I am. Thank you. As you mentioned, this is the initiation of the public land user stamp rule, also known as the Habitat Stamp Program, that a lot of our sportsmen and women are familiar with. Just a little bit of background before we get into the department's kind of recommended changes. The Habitat Stamp Program began as a pilot program in 1986, and then it was adopted as a statewide program following in 1991. What it does is it charges users, fishermen and hunters, a $5 fee if they're going to be using Forest Service or BLM lands. The funds from the program are then implemented to do habitat conservation and restoration activities throughout federal land, BLM and Forest Service across the state. The current rule expires on March 31st, 2021. So that's why you're all seeing it right now. Our goal is to get this, and I'll go through our timelines in a second. Our goal is to get this amended prior to and re-up the rule. Real quick, just want to kind of discuss another aspect of the Habitat Stamp and what we've done since the beginning. Really, during the life of the program, we've improved more than almost 850,000 acres across the state on federal lands, whether that be through prescribed fire, mechanical burning, maybe some chemical use on trying to restore native species such as willows and stuff like that. It's also enhanced more than 11,000 acres of riparian habitat across the state. You know, riparian habitat makes up very little proportion of the state, but really important. It's kind of our most important habitat for a multitude of species, from greatest conservation need species to our game species to our fish species. It's also allowed the building of over 800 different structures for wildlife water use, specific wildlife water use, and it continues to provide annual funding to maintain those waters to the federal land management agencies. We've also improved 88 aquatic habitat or fishing sites. I think that's one of the things we'd like to see done more into the future, is see if we can increase the amount of fish-specific projects that the Habitat Stamp Fund goes towards. It's very expensive on the fish restoration, habitat restoration, but it is important, and we'd like to see more projects in that realm, given that fishermen make up a lot of the Habitat Stamp sales. So the way that it works is it really is a cooperative effort, a cooperation between the Forest Service and the BLM, putting forth project proposals in consultation with New Mexico Department of Game and Fish, habitat biologists, and species biologists. And then those projects go in front of the citizen advisory committees, we'll get to in a second, for approval of the projects. Once approved, those projects have to be done within the current fiscal year and completed and awarded to completion point. Specific to the rule and timelines, we're here in front of you today with kind of the initial proposed ideas. I do want to state that we have talked with some commissioners about some of these ideas. We've also talked to our current CAC members to get their perspectives on these proposed changes, trying to get input well ahead of time, given some of the issues that we have experienced just with the remote public meetings, virtual public meetings. We're trying to get ahead of the curve, getting in touch with people. So we may not have a lot of comments maybe submitted into the repository per se, but we are going to get a lot of comments by personally reaching out to the individuals that are most involved, if that makes sense, whether it be the federal agencies or the CAC members. So we've already started that process to help generate these proposals that you're seeing even today. So we're already up on that. We will have two specific virtual meetings. We're hoping to have one at the end of this month and then one in September to gather additional public comments, because we can't go out and reach everyone. We understand that, but we do want to offer those opportunities. In that October commission meeting, after we take in the public comments, the concerns we've had from our CAC members, et cetera, department staff, we will come back to the commission in October with our final proposed rule that we would then post on the website. At that time, as you all well know that have gone through some of the rulemaking cycles, after that October meeting, we would take final input from the commission. Anything that's done at that time, we post on the website. And then January is kind of more the formality of acting upon that rule that had been posted. So if you have additional comments, concerns, questions on our proposals, we ask for that. Everything kind of wrapped up in October between now and then in January acting on the rule. So some of the proposed changes, the rule is really sets the stage for how Habitat Stamp Program works. There's more guiding documents that goes into the implementation. We're not really getting changes of the guiding documents, but specific amendments to the rule. Again, as I stated, the rule is set to expire on March 31st of 2021. It has historically been a 10-year rule since its inception. We don't see any reason why we wouldn't continue to move forward with the 10-year rule, and we're proposing is amending for or extending it for another 10 years. That's not to say if changes happen, say more funds come into the program or something else isn't working from our proposed changes, that the commission can't go back in and amend the rule during the duration of the rule period. So we would extend it for 10 years, but not prevent you from doing any amendments if you all deem necessary in the 10-year period. One of the other proposed changes that we have, and this is just to kind of get some more consistency, since the Habitat Stamp Program was started in 1991, the department has built a larger, robust habitat management program. We have a whole section in Wildlife Management Division devoted to this. And we have a lot of other funds that have since been created since then that create partnerships with these federal agencies on habitat management across. The rule states that the land management agencies, BLM, Forest Service, need to create specific 5-year plans on how they want to see habitat stamp funds spent for restoration on their lands. We want to continue with 5-year plans for habitat restoration on those lands, but not just specific to habitat stamp. We want the 5-year restoration plans for those land management agencies because it's talking more to the landscape scale restoration that we're looking for. The money that's involved in habitat stamp limits the ability to get a really large landscape scale across the state, but we don't want those land management agencies not to propose those ideas. We may put funding towards parts of those landscape scale restoration activities out of habitat stamp or other funds, but we want them to develop those larger plans. So that's a change that we're proposing. It's more to reflect what's actually going on the ground now. So it's not a change from the land management agency standpoint. It's just a specific change in the rule to coincide with the realities of what's going on the ground. One of the other, this is probably the biggest change that we are proposing in the rule. Currently, there is 5 different regions in the state that we devote money to. The department is proposing creating 3 different regions. Really, we think those moving from 5 to 3 will fix 3 fundamental factors that we're seeing as a potential issue with the current structure. And one of it is funding is a little bit of an issue. The funding has stayed stagnant basically since early 2000s. And so we're putting out about $750,000 a year back into the program, split 5 ways, but really it doesn't allow for these larger landscape projects to be proposed by the land management agencies. It really is this kind of more of a piecemeal approach of smaller projects. And we're hoping to get these larger, more important projects for wildlife proposed by the land management agencies and be more competitive, because these projects are on a competitive basis by the region. The regions compete for half the funds or competitive funds, half are just base allocation to do maintenance. But on those competitive funds, we're really wanting projects that really rise to the level of benefits to the wildlife species we're going for. So we're trying to limit the number of regions by increasing the dollar amount that goes to in each region, which then should in turn increase the competitiveness and better projects for those. So that's kind of two issues. It gets more money to these better projects, and it creates more competitive projects as you include more either district ranger offices from the Forest Service or the different districts from the BLM into a certain region. There's more competitiveness for those funds for those larger projects. So I think that's the biggest change that we're proposing. We've reached out to the land management agencies to discuss that. They agree with this. One of the other things that I think it will help create is right now, because that money has to be spent within the fiscal year in which it is awarded, there's always some issue where a project can't get to completion, whether it be because a forest fire went in that region, we can't do something in there, or a prescribed burn can't happen because the burn windows are right. That money has to then be spent within the current region where it was allocated to. And sometimes it's unavailable to other projects in the region. There just wasn't enough in that region, so the money goes unspent for that year. As we expand the regions into larger, we feel like there's more ability to move it across when a project doesn't happen and should get to full fund expenditure on an annual basis. Real quick, I'll go through a couple graphics of the regions. This is the current, again, into 5 different regions. The yellow lines are the dividing on those regional, or excuse me, the black lines are your dividers on the regions, the yellow lines being the major interstates. So you'll see right now 5 different regions split across. Each region has its own citizen advisory committee that takes these proposals in, considers them, and then awards them based off of what they hear. So we're planning on, again, our proposal is to move to a 3 region approach. This is what it would look like on the regional approach, moving from the 5 to 3. So I'll go back one slide real quick, just so you could get a quick a view of that. So again, here's your 5 regions, and then moving to 3 regions. So it's split it north, central, south. Again, the base funding, that 50% up funding that goes to the land management agencies would stay the same, but what it would do is give a larger pool for the competitive funds. Looking at how we currently do it, this is kind of the current habitat stamp funding structure. You'll see that base funding that I discussed that goes to each one of the areas at a base. Then they get the regional, that other allocation, that competitive funds based upon the percent of public lands within that region. So you'll see here, you know, on average, it's a $750 a year that we fund to those the whole program split amongst the 5 regions. You look at the central, for example, that competitive funding for $67,000. When you look at sometimes just habitat mastication on these areas of trying to do forest restoration, can be upwards of $1,500 an acre. You're not going to get many acres done, as you can see on a project where the competitive fundings are for $67,000. I think what we're hoping to do is as we get the pools bigger, more competitive funding, we get better projects. This is what it kind of looked like on the 5 regional approach. Again, it doesn't increase it significantly on those competitive funds, but it does increase it, and it should get to some larger projects. The southern region, because it would include the highest percent of public acres, as you see, 53.3% of the land mass, they receive the largest competitive funds on that program. So again, that is the biggest change that I think we are proposing in the Habitat Stamp program, is moving from these 5 regions to 3 and allocating that money still the same. So with that, I would take any questions you all may have.
That was very good. Thank you, Stuart. Commissioners, I'd like to open it up to you all. I have a number of questions myself, so I look forward to hearing from the commissioners first.
Madam Chair.
Yes, thank you, Vice Chair.
Stuart, can you go back to the changes in the funding? Can you go back to the way it's how the breakout is now before you move to 3? Can we look at that slide again?
Yeah, let's see. Let me share my screen.
Go to the one before that. Yeah, the one before that.
Mm-hmm.
So right now you have percent of public acres. Did you take some of the public acres out of the southeast and put them into the central? Is that why the numbers are shorter now? Because if you add the southeast and southwest, if you just combine them, that's 60% of the public land, but you're only showing 53. So I'm assuming you took part of the southeast and put it in the north central or in the central.
That is correct. So if you look, let me go back one more. The southeast, a large portion went into, the central. For example, yeah. This area right here used to be, if you could see, I don't know if you could see my cursor. If you could see my cursor, yeah. This area used to be, well, let me go back one. Here's one more. So the southeast was this region here. So it went all the way up north. The southeast actually went north of I-40. And so that, and then it stopped, basically right here. I think that might be the county line. I'm not positive. Well, you know what that probably is? I know what it is. It's not the county line. That is the Socorro BLM district line. So it's split it at the Roswell district and the Socorro. So the proposed change would be so yes, you are correct. A lot of public land in the southeast is now moving to the central. And that's why the central is increasing on the public percent, because we're including this area, if you could see in my cursor, into the central zone that historically was part of the southeast.
So that section that is now in the central, is that BLM or is that Forest Service? What is that? What public land range is that?
This in this general vicinity would be BLM.
And the one outlined in black, that little squiggly?
This one right here is Forest Service. That would be moved into the southern. This is part of the Smoky Bear Ranger District. That's the Carrizozo, that area.
Okay, that stays in, okay.
That would stay in the south.
Okay. So I guess my next question, I sat 6 years on the CAC committee, and it's always been a concern that there were not enough fish projects even being proposed to consider. And yet anglers are paying the lion's share into this program. So how does this even get closer to addressing what is expensive habitat restoration work on fish projects? I mean, that was the other part of the problem, is there was never enough money to fund. So how does this get closer to addressing the not enough fish projects work being happening?
I think one of the ways that it starts to get closer to it is it puts more money into those competitive funds. Yes, it's not hundreds of thousands of dollars more into the competitive funds, but it does put more money into the competitive funds, which then allows the potential. When those land management agencies recognize that they're more expensive, it may not be as much of they're not going to put in for a project that's above and beyond what the competitive funds are for that region. Now, if the CACs want to focus in that region on a fishing project and they know what their competitive funds are, and we work with the land management agencies to say, look, we want to fund a fish project with the competitive funds, but maybe that doesn't even fund it all. How do we supplement some of those funds, the competitive funds? And that's the decision at the CAC point to say, look, we maybe will take all of our competitive funds towards this one fish project. Maybe we could figure out other bins of money, if you will, through the department or through the Forest Service or BLM to fund the rest of that project. And can we do one project for that whole region? And it maybe is a fish project, you know, because fish reach projects are sometimes in the, Mike can state it better than me, but it could be in the millions of dollars for a small reach of stream. And so that's kind of the issue that we run into. But I think by trying to expand that competitive funds and grow that pot, it will help to some extent. I think to get it a lot of fish projects funded solely by HSP, the only way it's ever going to get there is that there needs to be more money into the HSP potentially, or you're doing one project across the state for a fish project 1 year. And those are probably the only two ways where you get large scale fish projects done with the HSP money, Habitat Stamp Program money.
So Stuart, in your discussion, go ahead.
Madam Vice Chair, I guess I'd also just say one other thing, which is that a larger landscape project that improves habitat in a watershed is often going to improve the quality of the fishery. And so, you know, there is a little give and take between the size of a project and making a difference in a watershed that actually benefits fisheries.
Okay, and so Stuart, when you talk to the CAC, the current CAC members, did you approach them with asking them for some ideas on how to get more money into fish habitat restoration work? Something along the lines like what you all did at Rios de los Pinos. I think that was $300 and some odd $1,000 project. Mm-hmm. But the work that was done was just gorgeous. I know you did a ton of work on the San Juan River. I mean, is there any other way to look at this to try to deal with fish habitat projects around the state, especially since, you know, one of the complaints is, or one of the selling points from private landowners locking up portions of their stream with that rule that's on the books is that they have better habitat and they invest money. So I'm wondering if there's another way we can also start looking at places around the state to invest money on stream habitat work.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Salazar Henry. Yeah, I definitely think part of it is working with the land management agencies on those projects that they're proposing. That's step one. I think, you know, if the CAC is not seeing a fish project brought to them for approval, it's hard to get it across the table. So I think we need to work in partnership with the BLM and Forest Service. And we've been trying to do that to continue to look at potential fish projects to bring to the table. Maybe some of those are very expensive ones where we have other funds where we could help back support those. And maybe some of these are just the initial phase. And it's not to say that it can't be a phased approach to fish habitat restoration. And so it may be that we bring in a small stretch, a small portion, knowing what those competitive funds are going to be within a certain region and award it that year with the knowledge from the CAC that it might be a 2 or 3 or 4 year work in progress to get a larger stretch of stream done. But this is a priority. And so I think that's the first step that I think we should approach with the land management agencies and the CAC. I think we need to also discuss with the CAC, is that the priority for that region or these regions of fish restoration, fish habitat restoration? I think there is some importance in that. So I think there is ways that we could do it with the current funding structure and potentially with the reorganization of some of these regions to increase the fish habitat restoration projects in it, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I guess I'm just concerned because I've also heard from some CAC members that there's not a whole lot that's being submitted by the Forest Service or BLM as a competitive project. So they're just awarding everything that they have based on what is submitted, not necessarily because, dang, that's the best project ever. So anyway, I know at some point, I'm hoping we can do something to increase that. And does the game department ever suggest projects to BLM and those folks and say, this is the project we'd really like to work with you, and submit it to the CAC?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Salazar Henry, two things. Yes, we do work with them to say, these are the kind of projects that we'd like to see. Here's the big things in this area we'd like to see. I think that's part of the reason. So your comment about there sometimes is not enough projects for those competitive funds, they just fund what they get. I think that was one of the goals that we're trying to address by reducing the number of regions. As you make it more competitive against different district ranger offices across multiple forests, it takes more effort for those biologists in those forests to think about what projects they're going to compete against. Now you have the Gila competing against the Lincoln for a project, so they have to put forward more thought into what projects are really going to outcompete the Gila, whereas the Gila is competing against the Gila right now, if that makes sense. So you're not competing against yourself. So we hope that that change in the regional structure will bring more robust projects and more competitiveness to it. And I do think that that will allow the CAC more opportunities to choose bigger, better projects, if you will.
This is my final question. Now that you're redoing this whole process, one of the things we did in our region was not only change the formula, which the Southwest led that whole change, got the formula changed to consider the amount of public land, but we also created criteria for projects so that we were actually selecting projects that were based on real criteria to make them competitive for these important aspects of the project, especially access, sportsman support, leveraging money. I mean, those things. Are you guys gonna, and one of the things that we heard was the Southwest was the only region at one time that actually had criteria developed to help select projects. Is that something you all can do so that there is a level playing field and everybody's thinking about the certain core things that make a good project that you would like to see considered? Can it happen on a state level?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Salazar Henry, I think that kind of goes back to one of our other changes that we're making. Not as big of a change, but it does, is where we're asking the land management agencies to submit these 5-year plans, not specific to habitat stamp, but 5-year plans specific to habitat restoration for wildlife across the state of New Mexico. I think those larger plans that we look at, that we know that the habitat stamp won't fund all of it, but we know that these are the bigger priority projects from a department's perspective, from sportsman's perspective, and working with the Forest Service and the BLM to develop those plans. I think we've taken that step a little bit forward right now. I think that change in the rule will only help reinforce that look at a larger scale, look at the bigger picture projects of what we really need to do in across these land management agencies for wildlife habitat restoration. Again, habitat stamp is one piece of the funding puzzle. There's multiple other pieces, but I do think that we'll continue to work with them and help develop those management plans and not make it specific to HSP, but make it specific to what do we see from a wildlife management agency as wildlife habitat restoration needs across the state.
All right, thanks. I appreciate everything you guys are doing.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Any other commissioners, questions for Chief Stewart?
Madam Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Souls.
Stewart, Chief Liley, a couple of different questions. The first one is, this is listed as a public land access stamp. Could you clarify on that? Is it required for all of the public, or is there any change in that, or is it really just hunters and fishermen?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Souls, this is specific to an act passed in Congress, specific to the Sykes Act. That's specific to hunters and anglers on Forest Service and BLM lands. So by public in the state of New Mexico, we're talking about those two federal land management agencies. It's not state land, it's not other lands within, it's those two specific land agencies.
Okay, so the public part is just that it is public lands, but it's not every single person that goes onto those public lands. It's really just hunters and anglers that are paying for these.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Souls, that is correct.
Okay. Thank you. You refer to competition a lot, and you may have said this at the beginning of your presentation, but I think it might help clarify for the public. You're talking about competition among projects, and those are really the projects that each of the CACs are reviewing. So they're the ones that are vetting and ranking projects in terms of priorities and that kind of thing. Is there a difference in terms of funding? I think there's some base funding and competitive funding, and could you clarify that?
Yes, Madam Chair, Commissioner Souls. So on an annual basis, we roughly have $750,000 that we offer up to the land management agencies for habitat stamp funds. 50% of those funds are cut right away and split amongst the land management agencies by the region for maintenance of projects that have already occurred through the habitat stamp project. So the 350,000 of that dollars or so or 375,000, excuse me, is given to them right away to maintain projects that they've already done. Now, maintenance can also include maintaining trip tank water. It can include a prescribed burn back on a project that would already happen, but normally it's on water development that they're maintaining. Then the 50%, the remaining $375,000 available across the state is split by the region according to the public land mass, and it's for competitive funds. The competitive funds are for land management agencies to put in their projects to compete with other land management agencies in their region to get awarded the money for their projects. So the competitiveness is the trying to get the best project in front of the Citizen Advisory Committee to fund for their project in that area.
Great, thank you. And yeah, I just wanted to re-emphasize, it's really half the money that's available for that because the other half is going to maintenance first. So I want to be sure everyone caught that. Another question, the 5-year plans that you're asking for from the agencies, from both the BLM and Forest Service, is there a timeline when they submit them? You know, they're going to do it, and then 5 years later, I assume they're going to do it again. So are those synchronized, and is there any value in having their 5-year plans mesh with our new 10-year rule, or is that just really not make any difference?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Souls, I think the whole point of it is an exercise that we get together as the land management agency and the wildlife agencies to put together the future of what we want to see for habitat restoration for wildlife across the state. And so whether it's synchronized from every land management agency or not, I don't think is the important aspect of it. The importance is that we have worked cooperatively with, let's say, the Socorro BLM district to say, what do we find as priorities for wildlife habitat restoration in your area? Let's ensure that we get together and develop those at least every 5 years so we're going down the same page. Because so much happens in a 5-year period. Wildfire might come through and really change the landscape and changes where you want to do habitat restoration projects. Or you have some different aspect that comes in that changes it. So we want to continue consulting with them and working with them to develop 5-year habitat management plans. Not specific to HSP, but habitat management plans for wildlife habitat across the state. Synchrony is not as important to us, and synchrony to the 10-year rule is not important as much as just us cooperating with those land management agencies to ensure we are on the same page on wildlife habitat restoration across the state and where it should occur and those priorities.
Okay, thank you. And then my last question, I guess, a comment and then a simple question, and that is, I very much appreciate wanting larger lumps of money available because it opens up perhaps more meaningful projects. So I really support this idea of having 3 regions instead of 5. I assume that something that'll come with that is changes to the CACs themselves, because now we have people that were in a CAC representing one area, and that area may have gotten split or combined or whatever. So I just think we need to make that get that word out, because it's something that I would think needs to happen in concert if we're going to make this change to just 3 regions.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Souls, absolutely, yeah, and trying to diversity across the whole region will be important as we move forward, and so I appreciate that. Yep.
Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Vestbach.
Thank you. Chief Liley, is it correct that the pilot, that 5-year pilot that started in 1986 was focused on the Valle Vidal?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Vestbach, I can't answer for sure, yes, but I believe so. So it coincides with the right time, but I believe you're correct, but I'm not positive on that.
Okay, well, that was my understanding as well. And I just wanted to say, I mean, the years of applying that habitat stamp in the Valle Vidal, the change has been amazing, of restoring wet meadows from, degraded meadows. It's just so positive for wildlife. And, you get out and around the state, you see the reach of this program in just every little corner of the state. I'm constantly amazed when I'm out exploring where you see the signs up, this was a habitat stamp project, this was a habitat stamp project. So that fee paid by hunters and anglers just has such an enormous reach. It's amazing, and I really appreciate the thought that's gone into improving it. I would also ask, do you recall or know what the original fee was set at in either 1986 for the pilot or 1981 when it went 1991 when it went statewide?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Vestbach, I'm not positive back in the 80s, but I could tell you at least since the 2000s, it's been at $5. I wouldn't be surprised if it's been $5 since inception. It maybe was a little bit less in the mid 80s in the pilot, but since 1991, I think a lot of the renewals have not changed this fee. It has changed just the duration.
Okay, thank you. And so that would mean that in real dollars, we have somewhat, maybe less than half of the money we had when this program started. In real dollars, we've had, less and less real dollars every year. And on that line, it got me to thinking that, we're in a global pandemic right now, and we don't want to raise fees at this moment. However, this may be an opportunity, being as this is one of the few fees that are set by the commission and not by the legislature. So I want that clarification, that this may be an opportunity to make a proposal to tie a fee to a cost of living index, because here we have a fee set by the commission that maybe hasn't been adjusted either since its inception, but at least in almost 2 decades. And given the importance of habitat to hunting and fishing and wildlife, I would love to see the department put their heads together and come back within the October meeting with an idea of having at some point during this rule a cost of living index kick in, unless the commission will have authority to postpone that or things, but try to put some impetus towards keeping up with the cost of living index on our fees, so we're not in this continual thing of having less real dollars every single year. And I feel like it could be a good, just as this has been pioneering habitat program, that could be a good pioneering concept that hopefully we could eventually apply to our other fees. Colorado has done that now, where they tie all their hunting and fishing license fees to either I would expect you could look it over and determine if some sort of cost of living index or an inflationary index, but just some way to get at this problem we have, even with fees set by the commission. I think that's really important to point out, that through some great economic times, the commission over time has just allowed this fund to dwindle. So, we have our next meeting in October. I would really love to see an idea and a concept and a proposal around tying this to a cost of living that, again, kicks in at some period during the rule, not immediately when we're in a pandemic, but that would kick in at some period during the rule. Thanks.
Thank you, Commissioner. Chief, did you want to comment on that? Or did you want to respond to his request for the October meeting idea of maybe a cost of living change in $5?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Vestbach, yeah, we definitely can look into that. If there's other recommendations you all have, I think that would be worthwhile. We'd definitely be open to that. It's kind of up to you all if you see that. Like you said, this is a commission set by commission rule on the feeds type, so we could bring some proposals back to that. It might be something that we bring out to, if you will, quote unquote, scope to the public. I think because we're getting ready to go out to the public, Zoom meetings, virtual meetings, meeting back with the CACs, I think it might be something that we can look into as well to at least try to garner some public sentiment on that as well.
Thank you, Chief. we have not heard from all of the commissioners, and I know I have some questions, and it's after 12. Our agenda had a break for lunch. So commissioners and director, and of course, Chief Stewart, one of my thoughts is to take a break now for lunch, resume at exactly 12:30. But we continue this discussion on this particular agenda item, that we finish up on agenda item number 10 at 12:30, and then we can proceed with the rest of the agenda. How does that sound to you all?
Madam Chair?
Yes, Commissioner.
If I may, I see we have one person with their hand raised from the public. Just in case they're not available after lunch, I thought maybe we could give just a few more minutes to go ahead and take that public comment before lunch at your discretion.
Oh, beautiful. Commissioner Vesbach, that is very good. Like you, about 5 minutes ago, I saw a comment that came in at 11:18 on the previous discussion with regard to the comment period. And I had also wanted to bring that into the record. So following your lead, let's see if we can ask Mr. Lance Cherry to bring that comment in.
Yep. Madam Chair, it will be Dan Roper. Dan, we've unmuted you. You should be able to talk now.
Thank you.
Great, thank you, Lance. Can everyone hear me?
Yes, thank you, Dan. Great.
Good afternoon, commissioners. I was willing to come back and join you after lunch, but I appreciate an opportunity to make a really brief comment. I really appreciate the presentation by Chief Liley and the conversation about the Habitat Stamp program.
Excuse me, Dan, can you state your affiliation, please?
Yes, I can. Sorry about that. So my name's Dan Roper, and I work for Trout Unlimited here in New Mexico. And yes, as I was saying, we appreciate the conversation. We think the Habitat Stamp program is really important. I appreciate the comments about the need and value for more fish-centric projects, given the contributions to this program by anglers. And really just, I guess, two questions that could also just be comments, given that they've been touched on already by commissioners. One, I think it's really important, the competitive nature of funding like this. And I would encourage the department to even consider, when it comes to base funding, the value of a competitive process. Not all maintenance of habitat restoration projects are created equal. And so I think anytime we're dealing with a pot of funding for habitat restoration or maintenance, a competitive process can be really valuable. But along those lines, I think we appreciate the ideas being put forth to increase that competition. So that's kind of one comment. And the other, getting to Commissioner Vesbach's previous comment on the $5 habitat stamp. I think our members would be very supportive of seeing that number increase, or perhaps increase significantly. I know when I go fishing in other Western states, there are fees attached to that are much more than $5, and it's something I often pay, feeling good about, recognizing the importance of where that funding goes. And so I think, on behalf of our organization and our members, we would be supportive of an increase in that amount if it's done in the right way and we knew it was going to the kind of projects that are important to our members. So I'll leave it at that, and thanks for an opportunity to make a comment today.
Thank you, Dan Roper. We do appreciate your comment, and I think it is very well taken. Before we break for lunch, I would like one of the commissioners to read into record the other comment that was submitted, and I believe this is Teresa Lance. Could I have one of the commissioners read that into record? I know that it is not on this particular topic of the stamp program. It was on the previous discussion. So if we could, Would one of the commissioners be willing to read that into the record?
Madam Chair, I can read that into the record.
Thank you, Vice Chair.
This comment, for the purposes of the public record, relates to the WCA biennial review. It's from Ms. Teresa Seamster. It reads, "Thank you, Chief Wonder and Director Sloan, on the clarification on the 90-day comment. It would be helpful for conservation organizations to receive a comment period notification from the department, similar to what NMED is currently sending on air and water hearings. A question, does the narrow-headed garter snake exist in Cochiti? This is a question from the Secretary of Cochiti Pueblo from last year when she thought she spotted one. Thank you."
Beautiful. Thank you, Vice Chair. So with that, it is now 12:09. I would like to break for lunch. We will stick with the agenda. Our lunch break will be abbreviated. We will resume at 12:30. So we essentially have a 20-minute lunch versus a 30-minute lunch. And then Stuart, Chief Lively, if you could just be prepared to continue fielding answers from the commissioners. And of course, we may have others, participants that are in this Zoom meeting joining in with some questions and good discussion with you. So I want to thank you again. You're awesome, Stuart. Okay, with that, I would like to adjourn this meeting. It is now 12:10 p.m. We're going to break for lunch. Commissioners, please stand by at about 12:25 so we can jump right in at 12:30. Thank you. Well, then let's get back on the record. This is 12:31, August 13th, Thursday of 2020. And we have the New Mexico State Game Commission meeting proceeding with the Department of Game and Fish. And I want to say thank you to all the participants that we have on our Zoom meeting here today. And if we could resume some of our discussion, we were at agenda item number 10 on the initiation of the public land user stamp rule. When we broke for lunch, our commissioner, Jeremy Vesbach, had the floor, so to speak. And I'm happy to turn it over to him. But Commissioner Jeremy, I want you to know that in the meantime, we have had a participant raise their hand and have asked to present a public comment. And because this is a Zoom meeting, whenever we have the opportunity to hear from the public, I would love to get that comment in as soon as possible. Again, this is a Zoom and we can have technical difficulties. So Jeremy, I'm going to turn the floor over to you. Let you finish your questions, and then I'm going to turn it over to Lance Cherry to bring in our participant.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I'll make this easy. I have concluded my questions. Thank you very much.
Oh, you're very good. Thank you. Lance Cherry, would you like to turn this over to our next
Chair,
participant?
Obviously the chat had a delay getting to you. That participant was Dan Roper, who we heard from right before we broke.
So that was an earlier chat, not the one for this particular presentation. Yes. Agenda item. Okay, very good. Well, I will then proceed with the other commissioners. Any other comments or questions for Chief Stewart Lively? Okay, I do have a number of questions for you, Chief. Stewart, I think first and foremost, I want to acknowledge the Citizens Advisory Committee. The CAC is just a phenomenal component, obtaining public comment and ensuring that we look at everything here. You have going from 5 to 3. Will all of the current members participate in the 3? How would that be go into effect?
Madam Chair, many of the current CSC members' terms expire at the end of this year. So we're looking to probably keep it at a 5-member. It could potentially go to a 7-member per CAC down to the 3. That's one of the kind of discussion points that we'd have. That isn't necessarily tied to the rule, but it would be something we will continue discussions with current CAC members. But I guess the point is a large majority of those members' terms do expire at the end of this year. And so they would take reappointment into a new restructured CAC as we get there. So.
Do they have, thank you, Stuart. Do they also have a charter describing their roles, responsibilities, and their authorities and their accountabilities?
Madam Chair, Commissioner, Madam Chair, sorry. Yes, they do. And they are appointed. They are appointed according to statute as well. There is a statute on boards and commission, or not commissions, but advisory committees of the state government. In the commission, there is an exemption in the statutes that pertain to advisory boards where the CACs for habitat stamp specifically don't expire after a certain period. That's one exception that the statute does have in it. So they are appointed according to that. They go through a pretty big background check, et cetera, and they do have kind of a charter, if you will, on what's the expectations for a CAC member to be part of those advisory committees.
Beautiful. Thank you, Stuart. My last question is, how do you monitor performance of the committee and actually achieving some of the goals that you described? I think the concept of going from a 5 to a 3 region makes a lot of sense. Specifically, if you have those kind of goals of improving improving the projects. So how do you manage and monitor the performance and meeting your goals?
Madam Chair, we have one staff member that's completely dedicated to the Habitat Stamp Program that works in cooperation with the federal land management agencies and the Citizen Advisory Committee members to ensure that we are meeting the goals as written by rule, but also the goals as pertains to habitat management across the state. So I guess the thing is we would continue in that collaborative effort with that department employee being the oversight of the program, oversight with the CAC members, land management agencies, to ensure that the revisions that we would take on into the rule are in fact meeting those stated goals that we have. And we would come back to the commission at a future time if we think we need to tweak it or change it, but we would have oversight by that staff member that ensures that we are meeting those goals that we're describing.
Thank you, Stuart. I think it would be very important to have a report out at some point from that person or from the director, or of course from you to the commission. I think as part of our responsibility in looking at the oversight, that would be very helpful. So yeah. I commend you all for doing that.
Madam Chair, I would like to point out there is a specific whole page on our website that describes the program, and we do an annual report on it. So we do that on an annual basis, what projects were funded, where they were funded, who they ended up going to, what projects they were. So that is on the website on an annual basis. There's also a geospatial map on there. So we try to inform as much as we can, not only to the commission, but to the general public on what the activities of the habitat stamp were over the last year.
Spot on. Good answer. Thank you, sir. Commissioners, any other questions before we proceed to the next agenda item? Or do we need a motion on this discussion?
Madam Chair?
Yes, Vice Chair.
I guess one thing I'd just like to note is this commission does appoint the Citizens Advisory Committee members. So I'm assuming that at some point they will come, a list of applicants will come and we'll select from that.
Thank you for the clarification. Thank you, Vice Chair. Okay, no motion. Should we proceed to the next agenda item? And I want to say thank you again, Stuart. You two are awesome. Okay. Agenda item number 11. This is subsequent presentation on hunter education rule. the subsequent discussion from our previous meeting, and I believe this is going to be led by Lance Cherry. We do have a lot of interest. I know we have received emails and some of the commissioners on hunter education, and I know we just had a public comment on that, so thank you. I turn the floor to you, Lance.
A quick setup here, little double duty. Okay, I trust everyone can see my presentation all right.
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Hey, Madam Chair, Commissioners, I'm back today for the subsequent discussion on the department's mentored youth hunting program and proposed changes we would like to see this commission consider. Today, I'll be providing more detail and an in-depth look at what the program is, as well as providing some insight into the benchmarks that indicate it's a strong program that has a lot of potential for being a recruitment and retention success. We all know that the wildlife conservation is funded through license fees and excise tax on firearms, ammunition, and sporting goods that are associated with hunting and fishing. And since the 1980s, participation has been on the decline across the country, resulting in less funding for conservation. Fortunately, in New Mexico, we've recognized that crisis in time to make changes to better serve our customers. From streamlining our license operations to shifting our approach to education to a skills-based approach, to building stronger partnerships with conservation organizations and industry, we've become one of America's true success stories. And so each and every step we've taken has always focused on knowing our customers better and putting them first. So among the many things that we know is what participation barriers are. So on the hunting side, barriers like lack of mentors, hunter education requirements, lack of skills-based training, and regulation complexity have stood out as areas that we knew that we could improve. Just a couple years ago, we took a close look at our customers' license buying life cycle. And our customers are reflective of almost every other state across this country. And in fact, they look much like they've always looked over the past decades. So beginning at age 8, our youth begin to show an interest in hunting and fishing. And those young hunters and anglers continue to increase all the way to age 18. At age 18, you'll see many of them step off the cliff and they begin to show some declines. This is not surprising, as a lot of those young adults are often headed off to college or start new jobs and they lack the resources to continue hunting and fishing. They quit getting those fees paid for by their parents. So at ages 32, we see many come back to us, entering generations that provide most of our funding stability for our agency. And from 37 to 52, they plateau, but they remain very, very consistent. Again, at 52, there's a strong resurgence, and we find again they have the time to enjoy their time that they spend in the field, and they also have the resources to do so. At age 63, we begin to see those customers age out. And since health is often one of the things that causes that decline out, that's something that we just simply can't reactivate on. So in 2012, the department presented framework for our mentored youth hunt program to the commission. And so with their approval, the Hunter Ed rule was amended to adopt this program. The rule was subsequently amended again to include a minimum age and to specify allowable species a mentored youth could hunt. With that initial action, New Mexico became the 34th state to adopt the families in the field approach. Today, 46 states have passed some type of apprentice license. And so I believe it's really important that I show everyone what the department's education programs look like, and that mentored youth is part of one of those Hunter Ed programs that we offer. Hunter Ed offers a whole bunch of opportunities, including traditional courses, live fire, after-school programs, and even virtual Hunter Ed classes. All of those programs focus in on the safe hunting and hunter safety and firearm safety and so forth. Other programs that we offer include fishing, wildlife conservation, archery, and OHV safety. Our Advanced Hunter Ed course, which we deliver through our youth shooting sports program, provides those youth shooting sports opportunities as well as range development is included.
Lance?
So, yes.
I just have, did you have a presentation?
Yes.
'Cause I'm just looking at your face and have been.
Okay, that's not helpful.
Well, I mean, it's a lovely face, but I thought you had some slides to look at.
Actually, Director Sloan, I have the slides up on my screen.
I don't have it on mine.
I do have slides as well.
I don't.
Okay,
that's interesting.
That's very interesting. So,
I don't have
let me stop and a reshare on it.
Well, Commissioner Salazar, Henry, and I were also the ones that had some video issues at the very beginning. So, oh, there they are.
No,
Can
it's
you see it
here.
now? Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. So stepping back to where I'm at, we'll start here. So there has been a little bit of misinformation circulating around about our mentored youth hunting program and exactly how that works. So what it includes and basically what's required of that program. And so because of this, I think it's important for me to just stop and set the record straight on the program. So to participate in this program, youth must first obtain a customer identification number, which is often referred to as a CIN. That number follows the hunter through their entire life and allows the department to closely track them through their customer journey. The next thing our youth must do is that they download a study guide that covers critical topics that are often in our Hunter Ed program, topics such as firearms, ammunition, hunting safety, shooting fundamentals, survival, wildlife ID, game care, and laws and regulations. The youth have to take that test, and then they have to score an 80% or better to become a mentored youth and receive a temporary number to participate in this program. This passing grade is actually more stringent than that of most of our Hunter Ed certification, which is actually 70%. And so I'll note that nearly all the states offering this type of program don't have such a requirement. As for our mentors, they must be 18 years of age or older, and they have to possess a valid hunting license. They have to stay within an unaided sight and audible distance from one another while they hunt. And this requirement is actually very consistent with most of the states that offer a similar program. Only one state, which is Wisconsin, requires our mentors to be Hunter Ed certified. And currently, mentored youth may only participate in this program for 2 consecutive license years and are restricted to hunting deer, turkey, javelina, and small game only at this time. So in reviewing the hunting regulations across the country, I discovered that 34 states do not have a minimum age for youth to hunt, and many have an entirely different approach to their philosophy about hunter education. Many of the states allow the youth to hunt with their parents without Hunter Ed or even a license until they're much older. It's more common for them to be between ages of 10 and 12 before they begin Hunter Ed. And the thought behind that approach is that the youth is more mature and more likely to retain the information they learn in their Hunter Ed class well into their adulthood. And so I just want to make it clear that I'm not here today to suggest we change our approach to hunter education at all. In fact, I'm very, very proud of our program and our ability to provide multiple options for individuals to learn the way that they learn best. So with so many states allowing youth to hunt with no minimum age, you might be led to believe that it's extremely dangerous to step out into the field these days. And the reality is that data shows otherwise. So in 2018, a report was produced by the National Shooting Sports Foundation, who collaborated with the International Hunter Ed Association, the National Sporting Goods Association, Consumer Product Safety Commission, and the National Electronic Injury Surveillance System. And they found that hunting is safe. In fact, hunting with a firearm is one of the safest recreational activities in America, and it ranks second in safety for all ages. It's ranked below pool or billiards and above bowling. It's even considered safer than fishing. And the vast majority of those hunting accidents were actually tree stand related, which is something we rarely, if ever, do in New Mexico. So shifting gears a little bit here, I just want to focus on the data and what it tells us about our mentored youth program. So during the 8-year run of the program, we had 6,180 youths participate. And of those participants, 99% of them purchased a license in the first year, regardless of their big draw success. Of those that participated in the program, 56% went on to complete their Hunter Ed certification, which is the 3,494, and 13% signed up at either ages 16 or 17 and aged out of the requirement, turning 18 before their mentored youth number expired. Of these 6,180 program participants, they purchased a total of 36,648 licenses during this 8-year run of the program. And of those, 3,494 or 56% completed that entire program and got their Hunter Ed certification. Those individuals purchased an additional 24,655 licenses, which is an average of 7 additional licenses, hitting a substantial benchmark and putting our program right up in the top of our retention programs. It's extremely good when you consider that the last Hunter Education graduate engagement study that was conducted showed that intentions to hunt were really, really high when they graduated, and most of them anticipated they would buy a license each and every year for the next 5 years. However, what we found is that only 1 in 3 actually went on to buy a license, and within 6 years of graduating, they quit buying licenses altogether. The study that was conducted is currently being run again, and I'm very proud to say that New Mexico was quick to step up and be a part of this upcoming study. I think it'll help us understand our Hunter Ed program far better and get some really current data on participation after they complete. One of the other things that's really important to our program is that when it comes to participation, 1/3 of the participants in this program are female. It's very important to our department as we're also working really hard on the diversity of our hunting and angling customer base. And so in consideration of current and potential impacts of this program on our current customers, we also looked at youth impacts on the big game draw. The impact of youth 17 years of age and under came out to approximately 11% annually. And of those youth, those that were 9 years of age or under were less than 0.5%. Again, this is a little bit of that group that I'm talking about when we talk about proposed changes. And so, while big game draw applicants continued to set staggering records annually, what we found was that our youth applications had remained very stable and level. The stagnant growth in this age class is a little bit of cause for concern when you consider the rate at which our adult hunters are aging out. And so the last point, and I think the most important data point I want to share, is that in the 8-year run of this program, there have been 0 injuries involved. And this includes the 2 years when the program had no minimum age and no species restrictions. So we're confident that now's the time to come to you to request consideration to modernize this rule and allow first-time hunters, 8 years of age and older, the ability to hunt small game, turkey, deer, javelina, and now include pronghorn for 2 licensed years in the department's mentored youth hunt program. The proposed age rollback would more effectively align with the minimum age requirement of 10 for our online hunter education program and would provide basically that critical field experience that helps aid in their effectiveness of their total hunter education experience. It'll also help us to improve the participation rates, which have been fairly stagnant and declining over the last few years. And it will also help us to show a much greater retention effort within this program. So in closing, I believe that the changes that I propose today are an investment in our future. And with that, I will stand for questions.
Thank you very much, Lance Cherry. Commissioners, do I have any questions or comments for Mr. Cherry?
I have a question, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Lopez.
The question I have, thank you, Madam Chair, members of the commission, and Lance Cherry, was a great presentation. iPad to get up and I have to come inside, literally put it in the freezer for a little bit so it can cool off. But the question that I have, I guess maybe, so a lot of the data that you presented us on this presentation, is there any type of numbers or any type of figures that you stated that, you know, has there been any injuries, I guess is a long way around the barn, with them, any type of mentorship or any type of injuries or accidental shootings involving youth or mentored hunters of that nature?
So, Madam Chair, Commissioner Lopez, so during the entire 8-year run of our mentored program, again, we had 0 injuries occur. And in fact, across the country, the numbers that I showed you showing hunting with a firearm as being the second safest sport or activity out there really goes literally across all age classes and all these different types of programs that exist. Those numbers have literally gotten so low. The International Hunter Ed Association used to put out a report every single year, and that has come to a complete halt. The numbers of injuries that occur for youth hunting is rare and incredibly infrequent.
Okay. That's all I have. Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the commission, and Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Madam Chair?
Yes, Commissioner Kramer.
Yeah, Lance, I was listening to Jeff Young's comment in the general comment thing, and really his echoed a lot of my experience as well. Probably 6 years ago, I would have thought, no way, Jose. But in the last 6 years, I've been a part of the Scholastic 3D Archery. And if you'll go to the s3da.org page and look at the conservation part of it, you'll just be amazed at what those young hunters are doing. It's just so amazing. And I've had the opportunity to go on some of those mentored youth hunts. And there are, of course, 8-year-olds that I would not put a firearm or a bow with a broadhead on in their hands, but then I have a grandson that I would. So you have to rely on your mentors, and I do think it's a good idea, and I appreciate this effort.
Thank you, Commissioner. Great comment.
Madam Chair?
Yes, Vice Chair.
I've been talking at great lengths with Lance Cherry, trying to get my head wrapped around expanding a program that started off with, you can be any age in 2013 and 2014, apply for any species, and just go out there with any person as long as they're 18 and had a license. And if you looked at his bar graph, you saw those 2 years, they had almost half of the total number of kids that have been through this program started in those first 2 years. He rightly mentions that in 2015, for whatever reason, the previous commission decided we ought to put some parameters around this program. And in 2015, they decided you should be 10. And we shouldn't allow you to hunt bighorn sheep, oryx, ibex, Barbary, elk. We should try to limit it to small game, turkey, javelina, and deer. And then you see the steep drop off. All of a sudden, either parents weren't interested or the kids weren't interested. But if you look at from 2015 on, you will see that it's been dropping off every year, every year, every year. So what that says to me is I would like to know several things about this cohort that you created, this group, starting in 2015 when you made some major changes to the program. Why are they dropping off? Why is interest dropping off? Why will only 56% of those that come into this program go on to take hunter ed versus a kid who's 10 years old and whose parents don't get them into the youth program? They go straight to hunter ed, and those kids, a couple of thousand of them a year are at 10 years old, are taking it, passing it, and going on to hunt. I appreciate the need to do lots of recruitment, retention, and reactivation, especially the reactivation part. But I don't believe that without data to support why we think 8-year-olds are going to make our numbers look better, because we don't even know why that's really not working for the group that we created in 2015. We've only got 5 years with them. And so until we know that, I just don't understand why we think by adding 8-year-olds, we're going to increase only a 13% retention rate of 10-year-olds. I'm not all for just increasing our numbers to show that we've got a robust program, because what matters is it successful? In every other federal grant program that the department has, there is a 5-year analysis of that program that you have to provide that says what you set out to do is working, and if it's not working, why it's not working, and then how you change it to try to make it work. I'm looking for data to show me why an 8-year-old will and a 9-year-old will boost this program, and we're going to have more than a 56% completion rate of hunter ed, and we're going to have more than a 13% retention rate through age 16. And I haven't seen the data yet. I know we've increased licenses as far as sales, but we also made it mandatory in the draw to buy a general hunting license. That alone kicked up our numbers. And so I guess part of my problem is I'm from the accounting world and where you benchmark stuff and where you compare apples to apples, and you know why something's not working, and then you identify those processes and you change them. So I can't support anything to go into 8 and 9-year-olds unless I really know why, other than to boost our numbers to say we now have 2,000 kids in the program versus 597 or whatever it is right now through 2020. I think hunter ed is one of the best things ever that they ever did. And I think that's a reason why hunting with a firearm is one of the safest activities across the nation. I don't think it has a thing to do with mentored youth. I think it has to do with everything with hunter ed. I've been to a lot of the symposiums on hunter ed during my career with the game department, and I just know how valuable that is. I guess I would like to hear from Lance what data he has to support that 8 and 9-year-olds will increase the hunter ed completion rate, and will go ahead and increase not only license sales, but will increase the retention rate past age 16.
Thank you, Vice Chair. So Lance Cherry, can you answer the question about the data?
So, Madam Chair, Vice Chair Salazar Henry. So the question that you ask is loaded in a few areas. starting off with the declines, it's very clear to us, looking at the numbers, that when we increase regulation and it becomes more complex, you always have drop off and decline. And so we see that very clearly occur in those numbers in that program, where literally when the rules became more restrictive, it plummeted off in half. The second part to that is that what we do know very clearly is that our Hunter Ed students that are opting in our online Hunter Ed program, the retention of information, and because we're able to quickly and in much more real time look at the questions and the content that's being presented to those students, is if it's effective or not effective, we're able to make those adjustments, has shown us countless times in many of our camps, clinics, workshops, the variety of additional education that we offer well beyond Hunter Ed, that those students typically tend to perform better. And so, meaning that they retain the information better. And so, in addition to that, many of our students in our Hunter Ed classes for many, many years have been ages 8 and 9, quite frequently. And this is just one of those opportunities that we look at where we can push these students to get a little bit of experience and come in and have a little bit more success. Again, one of the big problems that we know is out there is mentorship. And we know that because these students don't have mentors, a lot of times their parents just don't get involved. This program kind of forces that hand. I do believe that is the reason that the program has had the success it's had, by having 56% of them complete the program, 13% of them age out. So what you're really talking about there is almost 70% of those who participate go on and continue hunting and doing these types of things. And
Wow.
so what I look at too is, again, the number of licenses that they purchase after they continue. They don't just quit, and it isn't tied to whether they have big game draw success or not. They continue to buy those licenses. And so, with those few things, I think the program is certainly worthwhile. The reason I think that we'll have an increase, and I do not believe that it will increase to the numbers we had the first 2 years, but I do believe allowing that opportunity for 8, 9 years old would allow that program to rebound a little bit towards those record first 2 years. But again, I think I've discussed with a handful of folks, and I know I've talked with you before as well, that I don't think that we need to open that up to below age 8, particularly at this time. I think you take cautious steps into it. We know we have a lot of 8-year-olds that successfully graduate our Hunter Ed program, and we know that we haven't increased injuries or any of those types of things. So I think it's that combination of data that help us understand that this program really has a lot of potential, and I don't see that this minor change will open the floodgates and we'll have thousands and thousands of kids suddenly jump on this program and go that path. In addition to it, there's lots of parents who still prefer to go the traditional Hunter Ed path, and they will continue to do so.
I guess you said one thing that I've never heard you say before, and I think I'm having problems reconciling it, is that 70% of the kids that participate in the Mentor Youth Program go on to buy licenses as they get older. Yet we only have, if you were 10 years old when you started this in 2015, you're only 15 years old now. Even if you started in 2013, you're only 17. So I don't believe there's data to support that statement. But I guess one of my concerns that I have is that there is no criteria for a mentor to be a mentor. I mean, all you have to do is have a hunting license and be 18. That's it. There's no tie to, you should at least know, there's no quality to deciding a mentor. one of our revocation cases involved a parent with a 13-year-old child hunting together with licenses, and yet he did everything illegal that could be done illegally to get into the revocation system. And that's the parent, that's the mentor. So just that alone gives me some pause. I also don't know, I do know that at one point hunter education was, you could take a kid less than 10 years old. If the parents went in, and also at times the parents younger than 10, they would read the questions to the child. It had to be done in person to make sure that the child was actually the one comprehending the information and actually the one answering. So I guess I'm curious about dropping all the way down to 8 years old. At what reading level is this test going to be? Is it going to be rewritten to an 8-year-old comprehensive level, or is it going to be staying in the 10-year-old level and be comparable to what would happen when if you just went straight to Hunter Ed?
So, Madam Chair, Vice Chair Salazar Henry, so the test that we currently have is not a test that we would change. That test we already require of our mentored youth.
Mm-hmm.
The biggest thing is that it's correct, but that test and the content and the questions of that test are literally the really key critical data that they need to learn in Hunter Ed for their certification. And so the questions are the same questions. They run down that same content. The biggest issue that you have most of the time with youth who are age 8 isn't as much the comprehension of our content. Our content is written at a reading level that they're able to comprehend, but more often it's a result when they fail. It's more often a result of an inability to understand how multiple choice question tests work. They typically don't have the skill set necessary to understand what an all of the above, none of the above, some of the above type logic is behind those things. And a lot of times that's what causes some of the issues. It's often the reason why we read those tests to those students who are under those ages. And so nothing really changes on this front. As a matter of fact, really what ultimately ends up happening in the mentored youth program is that they get study guide material, they take a test, and they basically do it twice before they're done getting their Hunter Ed certification. It's just that on the mentored program side, we focus extremely heavily on those critical questions that they need to know how to answer, and less on some of the things like the different types of muzzle loaders. It's not necessary when you're first learning to hunt that you know everything about how a muzzle loader works and how to label all of the parts of a muzzle loader or a bow. It's more important that you understand the basic safety principles, such as always maintaining muzzle control. And so that's really the focus of that initial test, is making sure that we provide those questions that focus on that content in our study guide as well.
So how does an 8-year-old who will have the same kind of issues as a 10-year-old on multiple choice type questions, how do they take that test before they can get a mentored youth certification? Is it an online test, or do they do it in person?
Madam Chair, Vice Chair Salazar Henry, they do take that test online with our Calcame Online Hunter Ed program.
So I guess you still didn't answer what grade level that test is developed to, at what grade level, but that doesn't matter. I just want to ask you one more question. Where did the concept of mentored youth programs start? I know it was a big initiative through the Shooting Sports Foundation to get more people to buy more guns, to buy more bullets, supports lots of programs, get kids out in the outdoor, increase hunting. I know, but you're talking the southern, I think you told me the southern states actually have been doing this for quite a while.
Madam Chair, Vice Chair Salazar Henry, the program did indeed start as part of the National Shooting Sports Foundation. It was a big push from them about a decade ago, and it really did kind of spread on the East Coast. I can't tell you exactly which states first, but it started across on the eastern side and moved its way out west. Being many of the western states were last to adopt, and us, we were at 34.
Okay. So do you know how many of those states have reversed their trends from license sales to increasing, given that they've created mentored youth programs? Or are we the only one you're saying that has increased license sales?
So, Madam Chair, Vice Chair Salazar Henry, so the deal is that this mentored youth program is not the be-all, end-all savior to reversing the trend. By all means, there are so many aspects attached to making that happen. And I will be the first to say that the reason New Mexico is successful is because R3 is not an information and education division issue. It's an everyone issue. And so everyone within our department understands these R3 concepts, and they do a lot of different things that help us move that needle. I can't say that for every state out there. There are a number of states that are picking up steam and moving, one of which was Georgia, and they quickly stole one of their all-stars out of Georgia, and she moved to Tennessee. Has provided a lot of support for them, and they're having some of those declines reversed. But what I am saying is that with this program, the limited numbers of people that we reach and work with, we see some good solid benchmarks that indicate to me that this is one of many good steps that we can take.
Okay, well, I guess, I mean, we've had lots of conversations about this, and I really feel like there's a need to evaluate the current rule to see what's going on, how to make it better, and have the data to support that before you expand it into another age group and expand the number of species to hunt. I'm just not there right now to do anything other than just maybe ask you to do a thorough analysis of what's going on with the current, at least last 5 years, and what's going on with those kids and the program, to know that, yeah, it's it's a logical step to go drop down and to add more species, because I think we were already there when we had it wide open to any species for 2 years. And we know once we add more species, everybody's dad or mom wants to grab their kid and put them in for a hunt. And so I guess I think I've said enough.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Do I have any of the other commissioners who would like to say something or have a question for Mr. Cherry?
Madam Chair?
Yes, Commissioner Kramer.
What I have to say is kind of anecdotal, but I think it does support a little bit of the younger hunters. When we started Scholastic 3D Archery, we had about 40% of the participants, we did surveys, about 40% of the participants that said they hunted. And then we went back and we said, well, how many of you want to hunt? And about 96% of them said they wanted to hunt. And that program starts at age 8, at 2nd grade. And so, or 3rd grade. And so then we decided, okay, well, we better figure out if we do that, how come they're not hunting? And it came down to they didn't have a parent who hunted, they needed a mentor. And so we began a mentor program, and it was not easy. We had to vet everybody. We went to the Pope and Young clubs. We went to people that we felt were credible, and we vetted every single person that was mentoring. And since then, last year we did another survey, and we got about 6,000 responses, 87% of them hunted. And so we had recruited 40 some odd % of youth into hunting. And that's part of the R3 program, is we need to figure out how to recruit in this day and age in the urbanized society. And I think it's not the answer, but it's a tool.
Well, if I can make a comment on that, I think the fact that you went and actually created a mentor program that had people that were going to teach the right things and actually be there for that child, and I think that lends a lot to what I think was successful with your deal. You knew who was taking kids out there, and you were very invested in that, and not just leaving it up to a parent to be the mentor. If they didn't have.
With that said, it's very expensive, and the mentor has to take the cost, because we made them get a background check and do training and whatnot. So I don't know if that actually pertains to New Mexico Department of Game and Fish, but it's something to throw out there on the table.
That's a great idea.
Thank you, Commissioner Kramer. Any other commissioners' comments or questions for Mr. Cherry? I actually would like to chime in a bit on this.
Madam Chair.
I'm sorry.
Feel free to chime in, but I did want to ask some questions.
I'm sorry,
Commissioner Souls, I don't think you're able to see it, but he had his hand raised, and I think he was speaking on mute. So.
I apologize. I did not see either one of you. Go forward. You have the floor. Thank you, Commissioner Vesbach.
Oh, sure. Thank you. Yeah, I just wanted to echo, like, I kind of went through the same, I guess, journey here that Commissioner Kramer described and Jeff Young described in his comments, where my first reaction when this Families of Field program was rolled out was no way. I love hunter safety. It's done so much for us, but I think the data was convincing. And I thought back to my own experience as a hunter, and I hunted with my dad before I took hunter safety. I, hunted small game, and it was before, at a very young age. And my daughters turned 8 when the program started, and my next daughter turned 8 when it was amended. And they were ready to hunt at that age. The species and things you look at, the safety. And I do think an advantage to it is you can do that mentored focus. You pass a test online, you really focus on the safety aspect, and then that ability to defer hunters education a little bit in age is really nice, because there's things they learn, like, I got my daughters through it when they were young, and they had to learn everything about Pittman Robertson, because once they amended the program, then we couldn't hunt elk. So we went through hunter safety, I think a little younger, especially with my first daughter, and learning about Pittman Robertson and Dingle Johnson and the different types of actions, even that they weren't using. I felt like, God, I wish I could have gone through that a little older, because this is just amazing information, and it's hard to retain at that age. That's not strictly the safety information, but kind of the history of conservation and hunting that you learn in these programs in hunter ed. And so I support the proposed changes in adding antelope. And I do want to ask, though, Lance, too, why you didn't consider adding other species back in at a older age to the mentored youth, someone who starts in when they're 12 or something. Why can't they access the youth incentive elk pro hunts or something like that, those specific ones? Did you consider that or not?
So, Madam Chair, Commissioner Vesbach, I may be remiss in not asking for more. However, when I really just looked at the program, I felt like the two small things, well, I won't say small, because that could be offensive amongst many circles too, not necessarily small, but the two things that I asked for was the slight reduction and then pronghorn. And primarily the reason for pronghorn is twofold. One, it is a species that, particularly with a rifle hunt, you can have some success. But two is, with the changes that occurred with the antelope system, there are a number of ranchers or private landowners out there who have opportunities, who may be willing to step up and provide some of those opportunities to some of these youth and help us, invest in getting them hooked on hunting early. And so it was really that more than anything. Also add when it was wide open and we had lots of species in that, where I kind of tend to feel like most of the heartburn from lots of folks was people putting their youth in and trying to grab hold of those elk tags and elk opportunities. And I just didn't see that as being something that we should take a hard step, but rather take a smaller step, add the one additional species to provide that little bit of extra opportunity, and bring that to age 8, where again, we do often see a number of students attempt to step into our hunter education program.
Well, I believe, thank you for that. And I believe some of our youth incentive elk hunts, which I think are now open to seniors as well, may still go undersubscribed. I think that's those are really good programs. So I think there was a few of them that don't sell out to youth before they open up to non-residents and things. So I wonder if it might be worth looking at some of those, and not necessarily at the age 8, but at some point for the mentored youth. I guess I just encourage a look at that. If there are those, if I was in fact right that there's some undersubscribed going on those youth incentive hunts that happen late in the year, those cow hunts. And then just another comment. I listening to Jeff Young and his comments about adults not taking hunter safety. I think a couple of things are going on. One, I remember early on when I took hunter safety, one of the big things they were trying to drive home is don't shoot at sound. Like, it was just like we didn't have the cultural awareness that we do now about safety of hunting. And I think hunter ed it's had an impact beyond just people who take hunter's ed, but that relationship among hunters where things are not acceptable anymore. You cannot come back to camp anymore and say you took a sound shot. But there was way back when, people maybe tried to do that. And I think so there's been a lot of effect beyond just people who take hunter's ed. Nevertheless, I wanted to ask you about, this phenomenon of adult onset hunters, where people who start, where they get interested maybe from the food aspect as adults, and the data you've gone through, Lance. I wonder if you see that, if it's enough people who actually kind of show up, new hunters who come in when they're not youth. And then are you aware, do we do any programs or I know some other states do programs kind of trying to introduce, I think maybe Arizona Game and Fish does, trying to introduce adults to the idea of, how to hunt and try to connect them with mentors. Is that something we've considered or done in the past? And it's a way to kind of get some of that education out there too.
So, Madam Vice Chair and Commissioner Vespa, the short answer to your question is we don't do enough. The reality is that we all recognize that we do have a growing number of onset adult hunters coming into the fold, and we are starting to look at a variety of ways to engage them more. That's not to say we don't do any. We do have things like our participation with the Mule Deer Foundation with the DOES program. We do target particular groups that we take out for weekends, whether it be even just a weekend fishing, and we work on teaching them about conservation as a whole through the course of that weekend. This is definitely one of those things. I have been talking to a couple of our nonprofit conservation organizations about looking at ways that we can start to build some new programs and some new opportunities for those folks to get involved. And particularly because we know through the recruitment, retention, reactivation process, we know the steps folks have to take to really become avid and independent in participating this way. And one of those starts with continuation with support and recognizing that those groups provide a valuable resource for connecting new hunters with like-minded people who can provide some of that support and also help us with educating them as they continue on with their journey hunting and fishing.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Vesbach. And Lance, did I have another comment from Commissioner Souls?
Yes, please. Thank you, Madam Chair. So I want to start by saying that I am wholly undecided on this matter. I hear so many good points about both sides of it. The things that I wonder about, number one, a lot of this boils down to what age is appropriate. And I like evidence, just as we heard from our vice chair. So I went looking for it. And I couldn't find anything about 8-year-old hunters in other states or anywhere else. I would note that there are only 8 states that don't require hunter education after a certain year for everyone. And we're one of those states. So we're already a little more lenient in terms of ultimately requiring hunter ed for everyone than most states are. And I could only find 9 states, including us, don't have a minimum age for hunter education. So even though a lot of states don't have a minimum age for hunting, they do in fact have a minimum age to take hunter ed, probably because of the difficulties with communication skills and reading and being able to handle exams and things like that. And I noted, and again, Lance, if I'm incorrect about this, please let me know, that there are no states currently that have a mentored youth program with an age of 8. In fact, I think almost all of them have a limit of 10, which is why there's not very much data about this. So we would be breaking new ground here. Not necessarily a bad thing, but I don't think anyone else is already doing it at 8 and we can say it's been overwhelmingly successful or not, which is part of why I'm concerned. Something I want to point out is a lot of this discussion makes it sound like if we don't lower it to 8, they won't have the opportunity. I'm not sure I'm comfortable with that because they can still go along with a mentor. And I think there's nothing that leads to someone's enthusiasm and eagerness but to see something that's really exciting and they're not quite able to do it yet. Rather than that driving someone away, I would think that would have them going, oh, I can't wait until I turn 9 or 10 or whatever the age is so that they finally can participate. And a lot of that boils down to the quality of the mentoring that's going on. So if they have a family member, as some of our commissioners are already mentors that are quality mentors, I think they're going to get exposed to this, even if they're not the one that actually holds a big game license themselves at an early age. So I don't think lowering the age is really going to change the fact that there are ways to participate without being a license holder. A little comment, Commissioner Vesbach, about in the mentored youth program having something that graduates to larger game later on, that would concern me from the standpoint of complexity. We pointed out that at all and now we'd be adding a layer of complexity within a rule that we already have, which is augmenting another thing, which is the hunter ed. So I would have some reservations about making it even more complex than it is today. I would like to see an example of the exam. Obviously, we're not going to do that at this meeting, but if there is an exam already associated with the mentored youth program, I'd be interested in what that exam looks like. And then the last thing that I have that gives me some pause is this commission just passed a regulation that says that every single trapper must have trapping education. If we lower this now to 8 years old, you could have an 8-year-old that hunt big game, but they could not trap. And so inconsistencies like that seem a little odd to me. That's not necessarily, I mean, that's relevant to everything in terms of who requires some form of hunter education and who doesn't, but it's just another thing that would strike me as odd. So anyway, those are sort of my thoughts as we're looking at this right now. Oh, I want to end with one last thing, which is I absolutely want to commend the department on us being one of the very few states that has turned around participation in hunting. And so I don't want to act like we shouldn't be doing even more to continue that trend. I think we have been at the forefront of that. And if in fact lowering this age to 8 and adding antelope is another step in the right direction, that's part of why I'm undecided. Our department's done so well. I don't really want to not be on board with something that they feel is really important. I'm just looking for more information to support that.
Thank you, Commissioner Souls. That was great. I tend to agree with a lot of what you just said. Other commissioners, Commissioner Bates, did I see you
Yes.
raise your hand?
Yes, thank you. You know, Lance, when you presented this rule at the last meeting, I spoke in favor, and I am just as enthusiastically supportive today for a number of reasons. One, similar to Commissioner Vestbach, I have personal experience with my own children where it's been just a wonderful opportunity. I'm a data-driven person as well in business, so I really respect Vice Chair and Commissioner Souls. Some of it's just going to be unknown though, so I try to look at things from a reasonableness perspective. It does seem reasonable to me if we open this up to 8-year-olds, it's quite likely we're going to increase participation just because of numbers. You know, our state's population has remained relatively flat the last 10 years, and that's really been supported from new births. So that's where the growth rate's coming from, right? So it seems reasonable to me that if we open it up, it will have a good result. It will introduce more youth to the program. So I remain supportive in that regard. I liked the comments earlier about the mentor program. It was interesting to me. I think you said there are 46 states with some sort of an apprentice program, and only I believe Wisconsin requires mentors to have had passed some type of hunter education. And I think the Vice Chair and Commissioner Soul spoke to that. That's interesting to me, and I'm not suggesting we implement that in this rule, but something I'd sure want to consider longer term, because again, Commissioner Vestbach mentioned there are things in hunters' safety that are beneficial for adults to go through if you haven't been through that. And the last time I went through hunter safety, I think I was 17 years old, and so I'm sure it wasn't nearly as robust, certainly as what this department has today. And so I might just go through it again myself for my own edification. But I remain supportive, and I guess that's about all I have to say about that.
Wonderful. Thank you, Commissioner Bates. I think we have not heard from Commissioner Lopez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And hearing all the, and again, forgive me, I wasn't in the last meeting due to a scheduling debacle with my job. But in hearing all different commissioners' opinions and the data presented by Mr. Cherry and the department, I'm on the fence on this, but the only thing that concerns me is putting a firearm in the hands of an 8-year-old or a bow or whatever. And I think a lot of these 8-year-olds who are not part of the or instilled into the hunting and outdoors way, or maybe didn't grow up on a ranch, or maybe, maybe whose parents aren't involved in the outdoors, might be scared away, or might be hard to process, having that amount of responsibility and what that object in their hands can do to not only an animal, but others around, or and it just, the mentorship program is supposed to instill that safety and that every different situation. And I find it it's hard. I mean, even a 7-year-old under the state statutes, or can claim infancy if they commit a crime, because they cannot reasonably know what they're doing or if they did it. And does a year make a difference? Man, I was 8 years old and I shot a BB gun and broke my mom's window accidentally, and and it was there was discipline involved, but I just think 8-year-olds who want to enjoy hunting can go hunting with their parents and start learning as they go. I know I did. I mean, I personally didn't start hunting until, of course, I got my hunter ed. I think I was 12 years old, maybe 14, I can't remember. And I took it with John Zamora, the game and fish officer. And I can't remember who else was here then, back in the Kenny Baca, Jamie Martinez, those guys. And even still, I mean, we were excited to get out there and shoot and stuff. But with maturity, you learned a lot between 8 and 14 when I took my hunter safety and being out there. So that's all I have. Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the commission.
Thank you, Commissioner. So, Mr. Lance Cherry and Director Mike Sloan, I think you've heard from all of the commissioners, and I would like to throw in my 2 cents here, and I will try and keep it brief. Like everyone, I see the pros and the cons for this program. 8-year-olds, to me, like a 10-year-old, whether they're in 3rd grade, 4th grade, 5th grade, they are primary education or elementary. And I think that is a time when life skills are being developed, very critical life skills, values, very important values. And with hunter ed and mentor programs, the benefit that can be reaped are not only retention, sales. To me, that's the business aspect of what we do, and that's very important. But it's also another component, like what was mentioned by Vice Chair. We have these cases, thank you, Colonel Griego. Unfortunately, he has a hard task of bringing forth issues about parents and children. And we haven't seen a real connection either in terms of measuring the impact from the hunter education mentor program and the violations that we could have from like at that other end. I also look, I have a very rich history in New Mexico of supporting youth programs, whether it's Youth Conservation Corps Commission, whether it's a nonprofit organization for children at risk. I am a strong proponent, advocate for youth. And when we have an opportunity to give them some skills, even if it's getting on a computer to read and to write or to think and to apply, oh, thank you, Lance Cherry, words like multiple choice, those are things that they can carry on. Another asset is not just the retention of a license sales, but I look at our nonprofit organizations, whether we are sportsmen, hunters, but we are conservationists, we're proponents of endangered species. If that program, Hunter Education, the mentor program, can promote many various things, that's what I'm all about, in favor of. I just, it's hard to look and listen to all of the pros and cons, but I think at the end of the day, I would definitely be, today I would vote for it. I would be very much in favor of the hunter. And I have to say thank you to everyone that writes to the commissioners. We get so many emails, and I want all of you to know that after our last meeting, I too received some emails about this very topic, and everyone has a very good voice and a very good point to make. And so I want to just say thank you. I'm going to try and keep that brief because it's already 1:43. Commissioners, do we want to add anything else to this agenda item before we move on? It's just a discussion topic, but should we move on? Okay, then let's move on to agenda item number 12. I think this is Paul Varela from the Department of Game and Fish, presenting approval of the department's fiscal year 2022 budget. It is an action item, and we're going to hear from our department on this year's fiscal year 2022 budget for approval. So, sir, you have the floor. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair. Can everybody hear me?
Yes.
Okay. So I come before you this afternoon to present the fiscal year 22 operating budget request. I want to start off by saying that our budget request is flat compared to fiscal year 21. There are a few items that have changed throughout our fiscal year 22 budget request, which I'll discuss in detail. So I want to start off by saying our fiscal year 22 budget request is approximately $41.9 million, which is flat from fiscal year 21. That supports all four programs, which includes law enforcement, conservation services, wildlife depredation and nuisance abatement, and program support. Some of the highlights that are included in our FY22 budget request include for field operations. Some of the things we'd like to accomplish is to try and provide as many vehicles as possible.
I think we're looking at your email screen and not the PowerPoint.
Okay.
At least I am. Maybe I'm having a problem again like the last one, but that's what I see.
Director Sloan, there you go. Now I see the slides too.
Heavy.
Okay now?
Much better, thank you.
Okay, so let me go back a little bit. So like I was saying, in field operations, some of the things we'd like to accomplish is providing as many law enforcement vehicles as we can. Been talking with Bobby and meeting with him throughout the past few weeks. It seems that we have 40 law enforcement vehicles that are over 100,000 miles and are going to need replacement. So we're trying to replace those vehicles as quickly as we can. We'd also like to replace body cameras going forward. I know that has been an issue throughout law enforcement lately. Within conservation services, we would like to add bear-proof dumpsters. We'd like to continue our partnership with New Mexico State University for radio collar data collection. We'd like to accomplish engineering design for our visitor center at the Los Ojos hatchery. We'd also like to accomplish some largemouth bass production at Rock Lake. And within our EEP program, we'd like to provide a statewide riparian habitat map. Within program support, we need to purchase some software for our capital asset software. It is in need of replacement, it's kind of outdated. And with our new CIO, what we'd like to do is try to purchase a new help desk system. So briefly, I'll go over each program. As you can see with this pie chart, our budget is $23.2 million for conservation services, $9.7 million for field operations, which is law enforcement, $7.8 million for program support, and just over $1 million for wildlife depredation and nuisance abatement. The next slide shows our budget broken down by category and by program. As you can see, our largest expense is personal services and employee benefits, which is obviously salaries and making sure that people are paid, which is about $23.9 million. That represents 57% of our operating budget. The next category is contractual services, which is $4.2 million. Other costs is purchasing vehicles, supplies, any other things that we need to help accomplish our goals, which is about $13.6 million. And then the last category is other financing uses, which is transfers to other agencies, which is just over $182,000. And as you can see, the total, as I stated before, is just over $41.9 million. Next slide shows our budget request by fund. As you can see, our game protection fund is our largest fund at $38.7 million, followed by the trail safety fund and our big game enhancement fund, and several other smaller funds. And with that, I will stand for any questions.
Thank you very much, Paul. That was very good. I want to say thank you also because of the work that you and your team and Director Sloan, the work that you did in preparing for today's meeting, meeting with each of the commissioners, answering questions, reviewing the budget. You truly are doing a great job. So commissioners, I'm going to open it up to the floor and see if you have any questions about today's presentation. Comments? Yes, Commissioner.
Madam Chair, members of the commission, I met with Paul and Mike yesterday for a little amount of time, but we got the process done, and I can say that the budget that we have presented us before now is a flat budget, and we can be blessed that the legislature didn't take any money away from us. So we're literally back at square one and doing better than most agencies, so it's a good thing. And I will thank Mr. Varela and his team, as well as the director, for all their hard work in getting and navigating and ducking a lot of the legislative mandates that could have come through for our department. So it appears that we're going to be okay. Those staff that are entitled raises under the new law are going, there's money for them. Bobby's going to get some vehicles for his team, so that's good. But the only question I have, and replies, I guess, up here, just down the road in Tierra Maria, regarding the Los Ojos engineering design and water system. Will that water system, is that going to be for public drinking at all in there, or is it going to be just strictly for hatchery use, the engineering design? So that's the only question I have for maybe Mike.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Lopez, you know, that water spigot that used to be available to the public was locked at the request of the La Puente ditch folks, because it draws from the springs that we're required to deliver back to the La Puente ditch. So unless the La Puente ditch chooses to direct us to open that we would not have a public water source for other than our employees.
So would it be possible to have a public water source inside, I guess, our boundary, I guess, where, you know, someone could drive up with a tank, so to say, like we did, like we have to use the emergency use the other day in Porchama with their water situation going on, which they were really appreciative of. Would it be possible for that design to happen in the, well, in this funding that we have there?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Lopez, it has less to do with ownership of the property. The current spigot is on commission-owned property, and more to do with ownership of the water. We don't own the water, so the owner of that water has told us that they don't want us giving it away to the public.
Okay, that's a good answer, Mike.
Thank you, Commissioner. Yes, Vice Chair.
I just want to, you know, I don't want to be a Debbie Downer here, but I want to give credit where credit's due. And Commissioner Lopez, the governor and the governor's staff, and Director Sloan and Paul made a good case to the governor and the governor's staff about why we didn't deserve to be cut. And so I really appreciate the fact that Director Sloan was able to convey that message. And I'm very appreciative of the governor and the governor's staff to understand the intricacies of our budget. It just is a breath of fresh air not to have to fight the executive about your budget. But our big fight with the LFC is yet to come in the fall. So I'm hoping we can all marshal enough information and enough support to keep our budget intact.
Wonderful. Any questions or comments for Mr. Varela?
Madam Chair.
Yes, Commissioner.
Yeah, just to echo what Vice Chair Salazar Henry said, really appreciate the administration working with us on not sustaining cuts. In my memory is right, in the crash of 2008, despite increasing revenues for Game and Fish, they were forced into an across the board cut, and it was just didn't make any sense. It was damaging, and it's really good to see this relationship and that develop. We're in tough times, but a flat budget is a good thing in these tough times, and really appreciate everyone working together on that. And then to follow up on Commissioner Lopez's comment, Director Sloan, refresh my memory, but I thought I remembered that the La Puente Ditch Association was possibly open to reopening that with some changes that cost us resources. And so, if we could bring, wasn't there some potential opening there about reopening that public source of water that had been so important in the community?
I don't know. I haven't heard that from the boots on the ground. But I mean, I've been kind of out of pocket traveling a lot, so I might have missed some stuff along the way. But excuse me, as far as I know, it is closed right now. And if negotiations are there, maybe Mike might know. But I don't know. Sorry. A good question.
Commissioner Vestbach, and maybe Director Sloan can answer this better than anybody, is if we were to invest in somehow purchasing water from the Ditch Association to provide as a public drinking use for the city or the community, wouldn't that be like a violation of diversion? Wouldn't that, I just can't see how we could get away with that.
Madam Chair, Vice Chair, Commissioners, I guess there are several questions there. I'll start with what I think is the easiest one. Yes, I think that there is a potential issue with us purchasing water and providing it for free, both from the perspective of diversion and risking our federal funds, as well as violation of the anti-donation clause. The second part of the question, I think, was there discussion about opening it back up? The only discussion that I have heard about potentially opening it back up was if the department would be willing to collect a fee from the users and provide that fee back to the La Puente ditch. I don't think, as was kind of mentioned earlier, I think, I forget by whom, maybe Mr. Crenshaw, the department is not very good at managing people. We manage wildlife very well. We manage habitat very well. But becoming a water purveyor, I don't think is our strength. And I don't know exactly how that would work. So I don't see a good mechanism for us to be able to do that.
Well, Director Sloan, thank you for that clarification. And I guess I would just, say, I think the department has, very diligently worked on this Laguna del Campo transfer issue and trying to sort things out there. And I just encourage to try to look at solutions here. It was a very important source of water for the community, and there's something where a vendor could perhaps do that and collect the fees that get, so it's not reliant upon our staff who are already overworked at the hatcheries. But just bring a solution-minded mindset to this, and if there's a way we could do it, I certainly would like us to pursue that. So thanks.
Madam Chair.
Yes, Commissioner Lopez.
Again, I will ditto what Commissioner Vestbach says, and I'll just throw in some FYI to the department. I know Santa Fe County, a local public body and entity, has a water well, so to say, near the what's that road? Going to Madrid. I can't remember the name of that road. Right by the sheriff's office and the jail, and they have a mechanism there where you have you buy credits, so to say, like we did in college with the laundry, if you remember that. And they just say you buy $20 worth of credit. They charge you 2 cents a gallon, and you swipe that every time you go fill up your tank. Now, they have that system there. Maybe the department wants to look into see how they manage it or how they do it. Now, I don't know where those funds go within Santa Fe County. Maybe Anna Hamilton or Anna Henson. I could ask them and they might know. But it'd be a possibility. It's unmanned. It could be a possibility if the La Puente Association wants the funds that, hey, maybe we get something set up where people can just go swipe a token, fill up their car or sorry, their tank, and the La Puente Association gets the proceeds of it, however high or minuscule it might be. But maybe something the department could look at to see how Santa Fe does it, and if it's too not cost effective for us, and hey, but at least we've done our due diligence to try to help the community up here. Because again, a lot of water. We were out of water here in Savoia for 14 days when the water line broke, and a lot of us didn't have. I particularly didn't have water for 14 days, other than what we had in our cistern. So it was pretty rough. Not able having that access to go 25 miles away to get it filled up. And I know it's inconvenience for a lot of people not having that public water like it used to be for years and years. But that's another topic for another time. But maybe the department can contact Santa Fe County, see how they do it. That's all I have.
Thank you, Commissioner Lopez. If we have no further discussion, do I have a motion?
Madam Chair, I move that we pass the proposed FY22 budget as presented.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Do we have a second?
I'll
Second.
Commissioner Bates, I'll take you. Thank you. Okay, Director Sloan, can we have a vote, please?
Commissioner Vesbach,
Yes.
Commissioner Souls,
Yes.
Commissioner Lopez,
Yes.
Commissioner Kramer,
Yes.
Commissioner Bates,
Yes.
Vice Chair Salazar Henry,
Yes.
Chair Salazar Hickey.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you, sir. Let us move on to the next agenda item. I noticed that it is 2 o'clock, and our agenda item states that it should be 1:30. So it is a discussion item. I look forward to hearing from Kurt Patton. This is the initiation of the importation of live non-domestic animals, birds and fish rule. It's the initial discussion on potential changes to the importation of live non-domestic animals, birds and fish rule. So thank you. Yes, Chief. Kurt, I don't hear you. I see your slides.
Okay, let's try that. Good afternoon, Madam Chair. Can you see me now?
Yes, I can. Thank you, sir.
Okay. So I guess today, as you mentioned, I'm here to present to you some information about the Commission's importation rule, and also we're using this as an opportunity to open the rule for consideration of amendments that the department has developed. After reviewing the rule and seeing what we thought was working and what maybe needs some tweaking, we've developed a handful of amendments that we would propose to you today for your consideration, and then follow it up with the traditional rulemaking process. A lot of these rules or amendments are focused on enhancing on-the-ground conservation efforts, providing a bit more regulatory certainty to some of our out-of-state hatcheries, as well as providing a little bit more management flexibility associated with some of the animals that are imported into New Mexico. I also want to point out that this is an importation rule for both terrestrial and aquatic species. I'm familiar with the aquatic species. So if we have any significant questions that I cannot handle on the terrestrial side of things or law enforcement side of things, Bobby and Stuart are waiting in the wings to help me out. So I first wanted to provide, I guess, a little bit of background on the statutory authority as well as the rule. And the reason for this is not a rule that comes up all that often for the commission. So anyway, statutory authority starts off with 17-3-32 NMSA, wherein the legislature made a statement that it's a misdemeanor to import any live animals, birds, or fish into the state, with the exception of domesticated animals, without obtaining a permit from Department of Game and Fish. And so then in implementing that statutory authority and other statutory authority, the commission previously adopted a rule 19.35.7, and then subsequent subsections of that section states that it's unlawful to import any non-domesticated animal into New Mexico without first obtaining a permit from the director, with the exception of species that are included on a list group 1. And essentially, the next section of the rule sets out what is a group 1 versus 2, 3, and 4. 19.35.7.10 NMAC gives the director a wide range of authorities regarding importation and halting movement around the state, and providing for expert qualifications for housing animals, and those sorts of topics. But just briefly going through each of the director's list of species, and this is basically a gradation from relatively little risk from importation all the way down to grave risk in group 4, depending upon who is handling or interacting with the animals. So briefly, group 1 includes semi-domesticated animals. We do not require an importation permit for these species. Examples of these are aquarium fish that you would see at Petco, saltwater fish, other mammals that are in the pet trade, those sorts of species. Then group 2 is non-domesticated animals that are not considered or known to be invasive or dangerous, don't pose risk to human health or domestic livestock or other native wildlife. Examples of these are a few other amphibians and reptiles, again, pretty common in the pet trade. And then moving on up is group 3, includes non-domesticated animals, which are present some concerns if they were to move into the wrong areas. But with permit conditions added in, we feel like they can be managed. Examples of these species would include most, if not all, of our protected game fish, such as largemouth bass and channel catfish. And then finally, group 4 is non-domesticated animals, which are considered dangerous. They're considered invasive. They could post, they're on a federal or state protected list, whether it's the Endangered Species Act or the Wildlife Conservation Act, or in some cases, I believe some of our protected larger mammals are considered a group 4 species. Generally speaking, group 4 species are prohibited from importation by the general public, though there are some exceptions to that for, I guess, scientific experts or scientific needs. One thing to also point out on the list of the groups of species is that of all the tens of thousands of species that could be out there, we can't maintain a list that comprehensive. So any species that is not included on as a group 4 species, or it is not listed on our list, is treated as a group 4 species until a determination is made by the director. So this is just a quick rundown of other provisions included in the importation rule. There's a section that states, what sort of information needs to be included if an individual wants to import into the state of New Mexico. There's a provision for temporary importation of a species, for example, for advertisement, for movie productions, for different forums like that. There's also a couple of sections that include importation or application for importation of fish and fish eggs for release, say, into a private pond or a private stretch of river. And then there's also a section for a private hatchery or an out-of-state hatchery to obtain approved supplier status for the importation of fish or fish eggs. There's a longer section which includes additional conditions that must be met if an individual or entity wants to import pronghorn or antelope or excuse me, other like oryx, bovids, and cervids, which includes deer and elk and those sorts of species. And finally, there's provisions for an appeal process. Should someone be denied for an importation permit, they can then seek director review as well as commission review. So that's the brief overview of the rule. Now I'm just going to move into a quick overview of the proposed changes that we have developed to date. One of the proposed changes includes an attempt to better or more consistently provide review of all taxa under the importation rule. As an example, right now, if you want to import fish into the state of New Mexico, that would go to my desk, and then I would work with Mike and have the authority to work with Director Sloan for approving that importation. Another example would be the requirement of carnivores to be reviewed, carnivore importation onto private land to be reviewed by the commission. In some cases, this creates delays or some challenges with on-the-ground conservation efforts. So I think there's an interest in trying to provide greater consistency and level of review for all species in the state, or for consideration of importation into the state. A couple of items related to importation from a fish hatchery standpoint or fish health standpoint. Currently, bacterial kidney disease and whirling disease are treated at a higher level of scrutiny when it comes to a positive finding for either of those diseases from a facility. If a facility were to test positive for either of those, in order to be considered an approved supplier for importing into New Mexico, or we treat ourselves to the same standards as our importation rule, you would have to depopulate the whole facility, essentially get rid of all the fish or kill all the fish, and then renovate the facility to ensure removal of that pathogen prior to going back into production. We still feel that is appropriate for whirling disease, though there's a growing body of information about bacterial kidney disease and the prevalence of it in the wild, as well as the prevalence of it in hatchery facilities pretty much across the West. It's just it's a highly prevalent bacteria. So anyway, what we would propose is to still treat it as a pathogen of concern, though it would be moved to a different section of the importation rule, wherein if a facility were to test positive for bacterial kidney disease, you could manage around it. We could still decline importation of that for that facility, though it would not necessarily require complete depopulation. So essentially, it would give us greater flexibility for out-of-state hatcheries, as well as our own facilities, such as Seven Springs Hatchery, which we have a pretty critically important brood stock of Rio Grande cutthroat trout. The last major change that we are proposing at this time is we're seeking to clarify ages of fish that are required for whirling disease testing. There's one section which includes the requirement that all lots or all groups of fish in a hatchery over 6 months of age are tested for whirling disease. Later in that same section, there's a provision that requires you to test at least one lot of fish that has been exposed to the water system for over 10 months. And this creates a little bit of regulatory uncertainty for our out-of-state hatcheries, and we have trouble ourselves applying that internally at times. And so there's an interest in creating that more of an and/or situation, or an or situation, where ideally you would require a test of at least one lot for fish that have been exposed to that water system for 10 months. If they are not available, say it's rapid growth at the facility, and they're not exposed for that system that long, you would have to at least test one lot of fish greater than 6 months of age. This also would bring us into line with other states in their approach to whirling disease testing, as well as it would bring us in line with the American Fisheries Society standard Blue Book fish health testing procedures. Anyway, that would assist us with in some situations, say, for example, Wyoming or Montana we want to import kokanee from them because our kokanee populations are struggling. In some cases, we've had to turn away fish from those states because of our more stringent rules. And finally, there are a handful of minor formatting changes, which includes, for example, replacing the name of the temperate basses, which has changed through the years, and moving a section of tilapia to its own section to be more consistent throughout the rule. So thank you for your time. That's all I have, and I will stand for any questions.
Thank you, Chief Kurt Patton. Do we have any comments or questions from the commissioners? Commissioner Vest.
Yes, Madam Chair.
Oh,
did you call me?
well, no, I also saw Commissioner Lopez jump in there. You both came in at the same time, so either one can go. Let's start with you, Jeremy.
Okay, thank you. Chief Patton, the example you brought up of potentially bringing kokanee in from Montana, just knowing that they went through that whole kidney disease issue in their wild trout, I don't even know if it affects kokanee necessarily, but I just made me wonder, like, when we're thinking about importing, fish from other places, how robust is our testing for things like the kidney disease? I mean, how do we do that? Could you just kind of walk us through the safety precautions we take?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Vestblock, yes. So as I mentioned previously, the American Fisheries Society has a standard Blue Book procedure manual, which sets out it's kind of the baseline standard procedures for obtaining certification for a particular facility, hatchery facility. So if you want to know, for example, whether or not whirling disease is present in a particular water or in a particular hatchery, it provides prescriptive procedures, laboratory procedures, along with means for identifying minimum sample sizes, hold times for how quickly you should, get the samples processed, and that sort of information. We follow that. Other states follow those procedures and have pretty stringent criteria for making sure that you have the appropriate sample size and the I guess the data in hand to say whether or not, with a margin of error, admittedly a margin of error, whether or not the facility is clean or considered certified, disease-free from all reportable pathogens. So there's a suite of about 10 fish pathogens that are known to cause harm in hatchery settings and potentially in the wild to a lesser degree that we test for. So anytime we import from, for example, Montana, Colorado, any of the other Western states, including some in the Midwest, we seek their fish health records for the facility of interest, and usually go back several years to ensure that something is not tested positive.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Lopez?
I do have one question for Chief Patton. So, refresh my memory. So if, let's say I have a private lake or a private pond on my property and I want to import fish, I have to go through a department approved out-of-state hatchery, correct?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Lopez, generally speaking, yes, that is correct. There is one in-state private hatchery down in the Sacramentos that you could go to, but most of the hatcheries are out-of-state vendors.
Okay. And when they come into the state, because I know a relative of mine has a private pond there in Chama, when they come into the state, do they have to go, and I'm thinking agricultural mind here, do they have to go through like an inspection process before they leave? Let's just say Colorado to come in here, just like we have to take when you take cattle across to Alamosa. You know, the inspectors here give you the okay to cross, and then when you get to the cell in Monte Vista, they make sure you have the paperwork. So, is there any type of inspection process that comes across? Or maybe I missed the answer in the presentation.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Lopez, yes, each facility that we approve as a supplier has to meet the minimum fish health testing requirements, and they apply on an nearly annual basis, and they have to provide aquatic nuisance species information. They have to provide historic fish health information, and essentially at that point, myself and my fish health specialist, we review that for to make sure that we're complying with Game Commission rule, and then we approve them for a year from that point.
Okay. I guess my question was like, when they brought fish to his pond several years ago, I mean, these guys, they didn't show up with an inspection slip. Maybe they had it, I don't know, but are they required to carry that? And do our officers review that, just to say like a trucking company would, when their bill of lading would come across, or no?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Lopez, they are not required to carry their fish health information, but when they're in transit, there's I believe it's called a transfer paperwork. It's essentially a document demonstrating that the individual transferring the fish is lawful.
Okay, that's all I had.
Thank you, Commissioner Lopez, and thank you, Sir Chief Patton, for all those answers. Any other commissioners, comments, questions?
Madam Chair?
Madam Chair? Go ahead, David.
Commissioner Souls.
Thank you. Chief Patton, I appreciate your presentation. One comment I want to make, because I think it applies to fisheries, and I found it fascinating. There was an awful lot of discussion from other commissions, other states, about fisheries and aquatic species and importation of diseases and that kind of thing. I apologize. I assume it's zebra mussels is one of the ones that we're concerned about coming in on boats. Maybe a different mussel, and please clarify if I'm wrong. But some states were having success, which I was fascinated by, using dogs to detect the mussels when other methods had passed them through. So just want to be sure you were aware of that, and I thought the public might find it interesting as well. One of the changes that you're talking about is a revision in how we review applications, I guess, for importation to make sure that we're consistent across the board. So I'd like a little more information about what that revision would be. And in particular, I was approached by an organization with some interest in importing Bosun's tortoise, which I knew nothing about. I've looked them up on Wikipedia now and that kind of thing. But how would you walk through determining whether there is any potential concern to other native species with a species like that, when we really don't have any experience with whether they could cause some kind of damage?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Souls, I'll do my best to answer the first one, and then I will do my best to answer the second from my fish perspective. But I think the review is similar. So I guess a little bit more information about what would be proposed for that first, treating things more consistent as far as level of review. I think what we are thinking of would be to delete the language regarding commission review of carnivores when they are being considered for importation onto private land in New Mexico. I think there are two sections in particular that have that language. One includes commission review for the permit application, and also I believe it includes language about the director must follow the direction of the commission. There's also a definition of carnivore that would no longer be needed if those two parts were deleted. As far as the second part of your second question, I know enough about balsam tortoise. I believe they are some sort of federally listed species. And there's some history about them. I want to say there's a connection to the Ladder Ranch down near Truth or Consequences. They have reared them, or I don't know all the details. If they are in fact a federally protected species, they would be considered a Group 4 species. And I think they would, if they was just the general public, they would make the application and go through the review process. But I suspect, based upon that being a Category 4, the bar would be pretty high for them to be approved for such importation. If they were a qualified expert or had some other zoological experience or something like that, I think that would provide I guess ability or level of comfort where the director may approve that importation.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Souls, I might add that balsam tortoise, there's a question of whether it is or is not a native species, as you and I have discussed. And the Fish and Wildlife Service has been engaged in that discussion about whether it should be permitted from their perspective and ours. And it's been an ongoing discussion for at least a year or so at this point.
So if I may, does that suggest that you would need to have agreement with Fish and Wildlife as well as our department in order to do something like that?
Yeah, I think because if it's not a federally listed species, it's a CITES species. I can't remember its status, but yes, they would also have to have a permit in place, we think.
Thank you for that clarification, Director Sloan. Commissioner Lopez, did you have a comment
I do not.
or a question? Yes, Vice Chair.
I just have one question for either Director Sloan, well, probably Director Sloan. Mike, will the amendment of this language making the commission be the decider on everything resolve our issues with the Mexican wolf program? Streamline processes?
Madam Chair, Vice Chair, I think that the proposal is to restore the authority to me as the director. And so that, yes, we would be able to more timely respond to those kinds of questions and concerns.
Great. I believe this is what we did procedurally, the previous chair and the commission last. So I'm glad to see that we're finally formalizing this. Thank you. That's all I have.
Okay. Do we have any other questions or comments? Does anybody want to make a motion? Do we have, or is this just a discussion item at this point as noted in the agenda?
Madam Chair,
Okay.
this is just for discussion.
Okay, thank you,
We got it
sir.
right this time, Madam Chair.
Well, I know we had some discussion that turned into an action item, so thank you, Chief. You did an excellent job fielding those questions. Good job. Okay, we are now ready to proceed to agenda item number 14. We are a bit behind schedule, that's fine. Again, with the spirit of transparency, and we're trying to be respectful of everybody's time, make sure that everybody has an opportunity to be heard. We are going into our executive session, and this is indeed closed to the public. Commissioners will vote on whether to adjourn into executive session. We have listed 2 items. A, pursuant to section 10-15-1 H8, New Mexico statutes annotated 1978. It's the purchase and acquisition or disposal, potential property acquisition in Cibola County. potential transfer of property in San Miguel County, easement request in San Miguel County, update on property transfer in Rio Arriba County, and discussion of statewide easement. As for the second item B, pursuant to section 10-15-1, H7, New Mexico statutes annotated 1978. It is attorney-client privilege information, litigation update and discussion. And there are three pages of data that I'm not going to read into the record. But yes, Vice Chair, I'm going to finish my sentence, and I think you'll probably, this is what you want to hear. That for that agenda item, Assistant Attorney General Valerie Joe, I believe that the other legal counsel is not present today and would have wanted to be present. So maybe we don't go into that second executive session.
Madam Chair?
Yes, Vice Chair.
We amended the agenda this morning to table that until the October meeting, or table that for a further meeting. So that's no longer on the agenda itself.
It's on the, okay. Well, what I want to get onto the record, if I may finish. Thank you, Vice Chair. What I would like to state for the record is that for that agenda item portion, and Valerie, I'm going to look to you, Assistant Attorney General Valerie Joe, that at some point we will need to schedule a special session. And actually, I should look to you, Director Sloan, for assistance on that. It's very important that we be able to continue with that agenda item. Maybe not today, but hopefully in the near future. So I'm going to put on the record that it will likely be in a couple of weeks. Okay. So Lance Cherry.
Madam Chair, would you like me to make a motion to go into executive?
Not quite yet. Thank you very much. You are just helping me. I appreciate that. What I wanted to say is that Lance Cherry, you have been phenomenal in this presentation and just moving us quite along. But before we do sign off and get a motion and a second and a vote, I want to say thank you because some of our participants may not be here when we get back around 3:30. And I want on the record that you have done a phenomenal job. I already stated that earlier in the meeting. So do we have any other discussion about the executive session other than what I just said?
I have a question. So
yes, Commissioner.
We received 2 emails, one from Assistant Attorney General Valerie Joe and one from Lance Cherry about the executive session. Which link do we use? The Zoom or the Google?
We would use the Zoom. I believe that the one regarding the litigation is being tabled until a special meeting is called or until the next October meeting is what I'm understanding.
Thank you.
So we will use the Google. Thank you. Zoom, excuse me.
No, Zoom. Zoom.
Okay, very good. So do I have a motion, Vice Chair?
Yes, you do. I move to adjourn into executive session close to the public pursuant to section 10-15-1 H8 NMSA 1978 to discuss property acquisition and pursuant to section 10-15-1 H7 NMSA 1978 to discuss matters subject to attorney-client privilege relating to the threatened or pending litigation in which the commission and or department is or may become a participant.
Vice Chair, excuse me, I think you need to amend your rule. I thought we just said we're not going to do 10-15-1 H7.
You're right. Yeah, that's old language. Okay.
Okay.
Try this again. I move to adjourn into executive session close to the public pursuant to section 10-15-1 H8 NMSA 1978 to discuss property acquisition.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Vice Chair and Commissioner Bates. Director Sloan, I think we're ready for a vote.
Commissioner Vestbach,
Yes.
Commissioner Souls,
Yes.
Commissioner Lopez,
Yes.
Commissioner Kramer,
Yes.
Commissioner Bates,
Yes.
Vice Chair Salazar Henry,
Yes.
Chair Salazar Hickey.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Okay. This portion of the meeting is going into an executive session. Thank you. Thank you. Lance Cherry, it is 4:32 p.m. We have an agenda item, which is the last from the executive session. And Vice Chair, if you could please assist me, because I don't have my agenda up. I somehow lost that.
We just went into executive, which is 14A, and we didn't make any decisions, so the amounts are coming back.
Okay. I think there are certain things that we want to confirm, and I think you probably said it all just perfectly. Do we need to have a motion at this point to adjourn or to leave this agenda item?
Madam Chair, there's generally a script coming out of executive session. I think that,
Exactly.
the Vice Chair covered it, that we went into executive discussion, only discussed the items on the agenda, and that no decisions were made. And that I don't think, at least from what I heard, that we have anything to report from the executive session.
So you don't want me to read the announcement upon return?
You'd like to read it?
No.
I thought we didn't have it at hand, sorry.
I found it.
Go for it.
Oh,
Go ahead,
for it.
Roberta.
Okay.
Yeah, Vice Chair.
This commission has adjourned into executive session close to the public. During the executive session, the commission discussed only those matters specified in its motion to adjourn and took no action as to any matter. Ta-da.
Ta-da. Very good. Bravo. Okay. Director Sloan, or do we have a motion to adjourn? Oh,
Motion to
wait, one more thing. Can somebody remind us and the public, when is our next commission meeting?
October, where is it? It's here. It's October 16, October 16th, theoretically in house, but probably virtually.
Okay, very good. And for the record, I did say that we will likely have a special commission meeting in a couple of weeks. And we will do that through the Department of Game and Fish and properly notice that meeting under the Open Meetings Act. So with that said, do I have a motion to adjourn?
Motion to adjourn.
Thank you, Commissioner. Second?
Second.
I think that was Vice Chair or Commissioner Gates. No, Kramer. Gates. It's been a long day. Oh, can we have a roll call, Director?
Certainly. Commissioner Vestbach.
Yes.
Commissioner Souls.
I'll try not to sound as tired as Commissioner Vestbach did. Yes.
Commissioner Lopez.
Yeah.
Commissioner Kramer.
Yes.
Commissioner Bates.
Yes.
Vice Chair Salazar Henry.
Yes.
Chair Salazar Hickey.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Yay.
Yay, thank you.
Appreciate everybody.
Thank you.
Bye. Take
Good to
care.
see you all. Until next time.
Nice to see you. Bye-bye.
Bye.